Hello, everybody.
It's not even, whatever. Yeah. And then the other lady to quote like 270. So long story short, right? She was
Hey, Raquel.
talking to me the other day and
Raquel.
she was just like, okay. Hello.
Hi, Raquel. There you go. Okay. All right. Uh, Waiting on a few more people. Addie, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. How's the weather over there?
Um, it's snowing like crazy. I think it started snowing this morning and it's like already up a couple inches, but and I don't think it's gonna stop anytime soon. So it's gonna be a lot of snow blowing tomorrow. School got called off for tomorrow, so that's fine.
Where are you, Addy?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna hit.
New England is bad right now.
Yeah, I'm in California and I got family up in the southern and I got family in Philadelphia and it's like, oh God, watching this storm just
It's bad.
just roll right through. It's like, oh my
Yeah,
God.
no. Yeah, it's not great right now. Like,
Well, I recommend you stay inside and stay safe because you guys probably also got the wind, don't you?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like it's bad.
Yeah, so I stay inside.
Okay, Raquel, we'll wait for you. Uh, is Philippe here? No,
Yes, I'm here.
you're okay. Okay, good. Um, and is Sally here? See, Sally, I think Sally's, she said she had issues with her power outage. Across the US having power outages in a lot of different places. Um, okay. Yes. Um, Oliver, is everybody here? It's supposed to be here. I think
That's
there's a
that's a hard
few
question.
people that are missing.
Let me check. Let me check.
Okay, I know Pranad is going to be a few minutes late, and there was somebody else that had mentioned that we're going to be a few minutes late, but maybe we can go ahead and get started. Um, yeah, so I think we want to, so welcome everybody uh, for our first all teams meeting in quite a while. And so what we want to accomplish today is just really have everybody meet each other, know who's on the teams and uh, and each team lead and some of their team members are going to be talking about what's going on in their teams, giving presentations. And I think the best format is after each uh, team talks about what's going on in their teams, kind of open it up to Q&A. So if anyone has any questions or comments about what's going on in that team, and then we can move on to the next team. Um, so yeah, so maybe we could just go around introductions with everybody as I see it on my screen here, right to left, or at the right, and then around the room, the virtual room here. So maybe we can start off. Yeah, and just if you want to, where you're from, where you live, what you're studying, if you're a career changer, and uh, anything that you want to mention in brief. So we'll start off with you, Spencer.
Hello, my name is Spencer Stickney. I live here in the United States, specifically the Golden State of California. Um, my education is that of a mechanical engineer, Pacific, and what I'm doing right now is, well, I'm working here at FloLabs, looking for a job still. But as a mechanic, you never stop studying because someone finds something new every single day.
Great, thanks, Spencer. Ziada? Hi.
Hi, my name is Yara Lipset, and I'm currently based in Botswana. And in a few weeks, I'm about to be a master's student in data science in Australia. And it's lovely to see and meet everyone here.
Great, thank you. Hey, Birjan?
Hello everyone, my name is Berran and I'm from Kazakhstan. I'm studying robotics engineer. I'm second year student and I'm in the front end team. That's it.
Thank you, Birjan. Thank you. Daniela?
Hello, I am Daniela. I'm from Portugal, Lisbon. I'm a career changer. I work as a music teacher, but I am interested in UI, UX design, and front-end development as well. And I'm working with a design team, a changer team, and that's it.
Yeah, and Daniela's team lead of the design team. And sometimes we got baby chiming in. Um, and see here, maybe Addie.
Hello everyone. My name's Adi, but it's Adi for everyone here as a nickname. I am a high schooler. I'm a senior in high school. In senior in high school. I will be going on to study finance and business administration in college. However, I am part of the robotics team, and that's how I joined as like a mechanical engineer, robotics engineer. And yeah, I take care of Kaipo. That's it.
And Addie, how long have you been here?
Oh, I've been here since like 2.5 years now, I think. I joined when I was like 15. I'm now 17.
Okay, we didn't start 2.5 years ago, so maybe you were,
Oh, a little bit. Yeah, around.
from the beginning, and now you're on your apprenticeship. Thank you, Addie. Uh, and Tidora.
Hi everyone, I'm Theodora. I was born and raised in Romania. I moved to the Netherlands, I'd say about 4 years ago. I'm doing my LLB there. I'm a fourth year student in international and European law. I'm also the team lead of our team of the legal and ethics team, and I think that's about it. It's nice meeting you all.
Great, thank you, Theodora. And let's see, Philippe.
Hi everyone, I'm Filip. I'm from Poland. Uh, I studied computer science at the University of Luxembourg. I'm currently team leader for the robotics team and also a PM for FloNet. So I guess that's it.
Zero.
Hi everyone, my name is Ray, and um my current work is mostly related to architecture design and uh helping all of the others understand the architecture design. So if you have any question about that, you can ask me that.
Great, thank you, Oliver.
Yeah, so I'm Oliver. I joined FloLabs in 2025 in April, at the end of April. And I joined as an embedded systems engineer to finish my engineering school. So basically my master on electrical engineering and computer science. I am born in Dominican Republic and raised in France partially. So I joined FloLabs to do originally that and enjoyed the freedom. And since I didn't have to break the rules to explore new teams, I took the opportunity to explore new teams. So nothing illegal here. I simply went to every team to see how they worked, and that gave me the opportunity to do automation, to learn from scratch. Today, I really enjoy it, and I still do it for a living. And yeah, it's been a really great journey. And I really wish to see Kaiba one day at home and to be able to hack my neighbors to talk with my fridge and my neighbors through Kaipo. So yeah, thanks everyone working on Kaipo. And yeah, I'm glad to see everyone here today. It really shows how much we've grown in the past year. I know we were already a nice team when I joined, but we really grow a lot in the past year. So and I really wish I can express that today. So yeah, thanks for everyone being here today, and it's really nice to see you all.
Yeah, and so some of you may have the opportunity and the privilege to see Oliver doing handstands during our meetings when he gets bored.
I
Let's
didn't.
see.
Yeah,
You
but
didn't.
why did this not
I'm
happen in
I'm here
robotics
for more
meetings?
than a year and I never saw that.
Yeah, what are you talking about,
Um,
John? I would like to see this.
Oliver,
This is a sort of
Why?
What are
premium
you
Why?
hiding?
subscription.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, Oliver, that's you might have to like show us your stuff at
yeah, the all team
some
meeting,
point in this meeting. Okay. Omama, how about you?
Hello everyone. My name is Umama. I'm from Syria. I live in Damascus. I graduated with a degree in information technology engineering. I joined FloLabs 3 months ago, I think, and I started working with the automation team, and I become the team leader for the automation team. Currently, we are working on automating message replies and the onboarding process for all accepted candidates at the company. I'm very happy to meet you all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Rudette?
Hello everyone, I'm Redit Bekele. I'm from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm currently final year industrial control engineering student at Addis Ababa Science and Technology University. And currently I'm contributing in a robotics team in front end and back end development. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mohammed?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Muhammad Abdel Mohsen. I live in Egypt, in Giza. I'm a career changer. Started with nursing, then dropped out, then moved to the army, spent 3 years there, and moved out. And now I'm in the third year at law school. Engaged with the design team and the dev team. Yeah.
Yeah, and now you're studying law, and now you pivoted from law to software. So okay, so you're
Yeah.
pivoting twice. Okay, great, thank you. And the other Mohammed, Bakir.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Mohammed Bakr. I go by Bakr, like as a first name. I studied at the Antonine University, computer and communication engineer, and graduated with a bachelor degree. I'm pursuing my PhDs now, like I'm searching for a PhD. I'm working on both on front end and back end.
Great, great. And we're in the process of launching eFestus, and we will have offer masters and PhD, so you can consider that, Mohammed.
Yes,
Um,
hoping a long journey with you.
yes, yes, that'll be amazing. Ayman?
Hello everyone. My name is Ayman Mohammed. I am from Egypt, live in Cairo. Graduated from Faculty of Electronics Engineering, Computer Science Department. Uh, Now I am as a machine learning intern in FloLab, responsible for understand zero designs and architectures he made, and joined automation team also, and robotics team. I like developing and coding, so I think it will be a great journey in FloLab.
Great, thank you, Iman. See, Tanmay?
Hello everyone, I'm Tanmay, originally from India, and I just graduated from Iowa State University in Master of Business Analytics, and I have joined robotics backend and data analysis team. So looking forward to work with you guys. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Jeren?
Hi, my name is Ceren. I'm from Turkey, Istanbul. I graduated with a industrial design degree, and now I'm a part of the design team, moving more with UX UI.
Yes, and also you're going to be working on our strap for Mood Changer and also the design for Kaipo as we redesign that with leveraging your industrial engineering design background. Great, Jared, thank you. And Ethan?
I'm Ethan. I'm from United States, from Pennsylvania. I'm studying exercise science, and I'll be working on the mood changer for athletes section.
Great, thank you. And Kim, hi Kim.
Hello, my name is Kim. I am with Mood Changer, and I'm from California and currently a team lead for that team. Thank you.
And Kim, can you give a little bit about your background?
Yeah, so I'm pretty much have been heavy on research for when I was in grad school, so that's over with. But for now, I'm currently working on, the things that are under the, Flow Labs, and also making sure that I'm also keeping up with the lead tasks. So yeah. You're muted, John.
Oh, I'm sorry, you got your degrees in what and from where?
Yeah, I got my degree in Claremont College here in California. So I'm from Los Angeles. So, oh, what else? That's what I need to tell you. But yeah, so my research is more on the assistive technology and focused on the assisting people who are in need of, getting around with the new technology and making sure that they understand how that works. And I also am affiliated with some companies that are needing some help with improving their workforce in terms of assisting with the individuals who needed help with for example, they had an injury and then they need to make sure that they are able to complete the work tasks. So it's more of ergonomics, and also for those individuals who wanted to go for advanced education. So there's other things, but I'll leave it to that.
Okay, and you got your degree, your undergrad in kinesiology,
Oh,
right?
yes. Yes, an undergrad in kinesiology. Then I went for my doctoral degree for occupational therapy, and now I'm an occupational therapist. Now my goal is to bridge health tech together, and that's why I'm here.
Great, great, thank you, thank you. Arsema.
Everyone. My name is Arsima. I'm from Ethiopia, and I'm currently
Selma, we lost you. Okay, maybe we can come back to our Selma. Maybe Harry, go to you.
Hi everyone. I'm from California. I'm a second year computer science and engineering major, and I'm part of the backend development team.
Great, thank you. Dean, it's your turn now.
Yeah, my name is Dean. I am a sophomore at the University of Florida, in Gainesville. So I am a member of the robotics team. Lately, I've been contributing a lot with the front end team. Also, I'm a part of the back end team, and also I'm committing there. I will be the first one here who share a hobby that I have. I know that Oliver is very big on handstanding. I will say that I'm very big on playing big tennis. I highly, highly enjoy. We have the most famous Australian Open going on now. I support my favorite player Yannick Sinner over there. So yeah, that's kind of it about me. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
Hello, everybody. My name's Robert. I'm a third year. Okay, wait. So I was born in Romania, but I was raised in the UK in London. I went to school throughout the UK, moved a bunch of places. I go to university now at the University of Warwick, also in the UK, and I'm a third year Masters of Physics student. Yeah, I'm on the Mood Changer team. I will be on the quantum team when that starts up. And yeah, hobby, I guess I was a professional table tennis player for a while. And I like tennis too. I'm also watching the Open, but I want Alcaraz to win. So there you go.
Awesome. Hey, Diksha.
Hi, everybody. I'm Diksha. I'm a recent graduate with a master's degree in human computer interaction. So I'm a UI UX designer and I've been a developer before. And currently I'm in the design team. That's about it.
Thank you. And Warda?
Hello everyone, it's me Varda. I'm from Pakistan, but I live in Russia. Right now, I'm doing my PhD in AI and machine learning, and it's my second year of PhD. And here in FloLab, I am doing AI and ML development intern. Also, I'm working on backend, and right now, I'm working on AWS development. That's it from my side.
Great, thank you. Nicholas?
Hi, you can call me Nick, and I'm a third year student at Newcastle University at the UK. I'm studying sports science, and I'm from Greece, Athens. Thank you.
Thank you. Arjun?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Arjun. I'm currently a 12th grader in the Dallas, Texas area, and with FloLabs, what I've been doing is I've been working on the robotics team. I recently returned from pause, so I'll be working a little bit with the podcasting team as well, and that's just a little bit about me.
Great, thank you, Arjun. Indra?
Hey everybody. Well, I'm from Brazil. I did computer engineering in Brazil and I am applying for masters in robotics
Recording
and
in progress.
and I'm an intern with the robotics team. I'm a tech lead for the front end of FlowBrain and tech lead to the multimodal perception team.
Great, thank you, Indra. And see, Charles, and then Martin.
Yeah, my name is Charles. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but presently I'm residing in New Jersey. I am a senior student in Columbia University in applied math. And I'm using FloLabs to build my machine learning and deep learning skills. I am yet in the process of entering into the FlowBrain back end, but as of present, I'm using the master classes as best as I can.
Machi?
Good evening, everyone. Currently, it is 10:28 p.m. My name is Machi. I am from Nigeria, but I am currently in Dubai studying mechatronics engineering in my final year. Actually, just concluded. Well, tomorrow will be the conclusion of my seventh semester. I joined FloLabs a month ago, a month now, but because of exams, I haven't contributed as much. Uh, it will be ending tomorrow, so from tomorrow, I will be contributing heavily. Uh, with mechatronics, I have knowledge in artificial intelligence, a bit of machine learning, a bit of programming, a bit of mechanical, and a bit of everything everywhere. So um, I do look forward to working with a lot of you in the robotics team. Uh, Also looking forward to making contributions to Mood Changer and Typo. Maybe I will dabble in project management as well, but still further notice.
Awesome, thank you. Maybe VJ and then Marie?
So, hello everyone, I'm Vijay Krishna. I'm a final year computer science student, currently working as a front-end developer, and we are currently working on FlowBrain's website. So, that's about it.
Marie?
Um, Hi everyone. My name is Marie Joyeuse. I'm from Congo, and actually, I'm completing my bachelor degree in general engineering in India. I'm contributing in a robotic team and a development team. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Marie. Let's see. Abhinav and then Sinyi.
My name is Abhinav, and I'm a senior at Independence High School in Frisco, Texas. And currently, I took a break and I'm back at FlowMat, and I'm on the robotics team. And I used to work on Kaipo, and now I'm working on the podcast.
Hi, I'm Xingyi, and I am currently studying medical science of exercise and sports science at University of Cincinnati. And I currently, I previously had a bachelor's degree in statistics and data analytics. I'm originally from Southeast China, and currently I'm working on the mood changer team, and I have been previously done research in VR headsets and as well as the music affecting cognitive and fixed physical functions. And we are as a team working on the website presentation of the mood changer project.
Great, thank you. Valeria and then E. Valeria?
She mentioned that she's having internet connection issues, so
Oh, she is okay. Okay, well, whenever she doesn't, maybe E.
Hi everyone, E, and I have a background in data science for both my bachelor and master's, and I'm now very interested in computer vision techniques and its real-world applications. So currently I'm working on the vision application part for the Kaipo in robotics team, and I collaborated with Indra on the vision language interface for the product. Yeah, that's it.
And did you graduate already?
Yeah, I graduated last year.
Okay, in what and where from where?
Yeah, I graduated from Johns Hopkins University with a degree of data science last May.
Okay, going from data to vision. Okay, great. And let's see, is that everybody?
Hmm.
We miss any?
I guess Harun.
Yes, I was
Oh,
like
Varun, I'm
15
sorry.
minutes late. No problem, I was late. I'm sorry. My name is Harun. I'm residing in Turkey. Currently senior year computer engineering. And I'm also working with robotic team and Kaipo team. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay, and Arsema, maybe you have a better connection now?
Yeah, sorry for earlier. My name is Arsema. I'm from Ethiopia and I'm currently studying biomedical engineering at Addis Ababa University. And I'm from the robotics team. It's nice to meet you all.
Great. And Valeria, maybe you have a better connection now? Oh, you're muted though. You need to unmute yourself because we can't hear you. Click on the mic button.
Hi, I'm
There
sorry. Okay. So yeah, my internet's going and come back. Um, so I'm from Brazil. My name is Valéria. I have a bachelor degree in physical education and a specialization in sports science training. So I'm just starting on mood changer team. So thank you for having me.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I don't see Elias. Is
Yeah,
Elias?
he couldn't make it today. So I guess we can move on with the next introductions.
Okay,
Because
is someone going to give us a presentation? I guess Addie will
Adi
at
will
the
take over. No worries about it.
okay, but I think Elias was gonna give us a little bit different outlook on it. So maybe someone I can share some of the stuff that he was going to talk about. But
Yeah,
so when Razul is here,
I
also
guess
Razul, do you
T
want to introduce yourselves?
Russell. Yeah.
Razul and someone else also is here. Say T. Oh yeah, T. Razul, do you want to introduce yourself and then T?
Hi everyone, I'm from Georgia.
Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Is it just me or both of your volumes are extremely low?
It's all right. It's all right. Just let's go with the introductions. I guess. Russell, you can continue, and then T, if you can move over.
So, hi everyone, I'm from Georgia. I study mathematics at university and planning to go on with physics master. Um, Currently, I'm involved in automation and dev teams. So, yeah, I think that's all.
Hey, T, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, hi, my name, or you could call me T. I'm from California, but I reside in New York, and I'm a project manager intern. I've been here for about 6 months.
and I'm a project management, like a temporary lead for now until Carlson comes back. But at the moment, I'm just temporarily paused, right? But once I become more active, I do look forward to getting to know everyone more. Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
Great, thank you, T. And Pranad, see you joined us.
Hi, yes.
Do you want to introduce yourself, Pranad?
Sorry, yeah, I can do that real quick. Sorry guys, my name is Pranam Toju. I am a master's student right now in aerospace engineering at Georgia Tech, and I'm part of the space initiative and also part of the robotics team as well.
Yeah. And you're from Dallas, right?
Yes, I'm from Dallas, Texas originally. Right
What,
now,
what,
I'm doing a study abroad with Georgia Tech. So as of right now, I'm in a European time, and I'll be here for the semester in Europe.
you're in France right now?
Yes, I'm in France right now.
Okay, great,
Yeah, right
great.
now it's nighttime
Beautiful
at
Mets, right?
7:40. What?
Beautiful Mets, if I recall
Yes,
myself correctly.
yes,
Yes,
yeah,
the most beautiful and dead city in France. Yeah.
yeah. Right now it's like nighttime. It's like 7:40 at night, so it's actually a pretty good time.
Yeah, and Pranad and is helping leading the space team. We have a small team right now, but excited about growing the space team, and Pranad will be giving us a little bit of a uh, overview of what's going on in the space team and what we're working on. And I see Michael joined us. Hi, Michael. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Uh, Hello, team. My name is Michael. I'm originally from Nigeria, but right now I'm in London as I just recently completed my master's degree in data science. Yeah, I'm part of a data team and also robotic team as well. So yeah, I'm happy to be here as well.
Great, great. Thank you. I think that's everybody. Did I miss anyone? Philippe, Oliver, can you see if I missed anyone? If not, we can,
I believe Angel, Anjo, I am not sure
Angel's here.
about. Yeah.
Angel's here. I don't see him on my screen. Angel, do you want to introduce yourself? Maybe he's
I
having
guess
trouble
not.
connecting. Okay. Um, well, we were going to start off with Sayali giving a presentation about the influencer team, but since she's not here, I guess her electricity is still off. Maybe we can start off, Philippe. Why don't you kind of lead this part of the meeting, and then you can kind of have all the tech leads discuss what they're going to be presenting.
Yeah, sure. So, as maybe not everyone knows, but we sort of gave a diversity inside of the robotics team. We divided the team into sub teams and assigned the leads and the smaller teams so we can work on different stuff simultaneously and keep things more organized. I guess right now in the robotics team, we work on the front end part of the project, which is called FloBrain, also on the back end part of that project, whether our main focus is that and to deliver Kaipo as a standalone device. So we also have the hardware team that is taking responsibility for that and working on the structure of it. I guess today we'll present a few aspects of the projects that are ongoing. So Kaipo from the idea to its dev kit that is in progress right now, and the FlowBrain idea. So basically, let's say standalone brain layer that is let's say a standalone AI brain that you can integrate to everything you want. That's our main goal for this project. But I guess once we start presenting, you will get a better understanding. So I guess why not? I hope all of the team members that are here are ready up with their presentations. Also, one more thing, we'll also sort of give an overview for the ongoing project of building a humanoid from the robotics team standpoint. I almost forgot, but we also have something to give you an overview for this really interesting project and really broad one. I guess we can start. Maybe I will actually start with the idea for FlowBrain, which I would love to sort of give a presentation for the full screen. Yeah, so I will go with a quick overview of the idea, and then Indra, Ziru, and whoever is responsible for keep this project alive and expanding will go into more details. But I will try to explain in the simple terms what's the main reason why we do this. So FlowBrain is, let's say, the core idea behind Kaipo Core that was the main idea before, which is a standalone brain layer, as I said before. The simplest way to understand this project is the sentence that I gave below is the one brain, many bodies, meaning that instead of rebuilding AI logic for every app, every wearable or robot or whatever we built one reusable intelligence engine that can plug into different products, basically. Why FlowBrain? FlowBrain is mainly designed as a standalone AI brain that can sort of support how people can work and live, but at the same time power up devices, robots, and probably many other platforms that we can think of. The key of this project, I would say, is the reusability. Yeah. So the same brain can be used across multiple products. So we don't limit ourselves in this case. And why it also matters is simple. So because nowadays most teams rebuild AI in one AI 10 times for 10 different things. We don't do that. We do the opposite, complete opposite for that, and we build it once and scale it everywhere where we can. That's the main idea of the project. I guess for I'm sorry, because I have sort of technical issues. I can't see my screen. Why is that? What is going on? Hello?
We can hear you. You just
Yeah,
cannot see your
we can
screen.
hear you. We can see your
Your
screen.
screen's frozen.
We see why is it great? Why is it great fit?
Yeah,
Should be why is it a great fit?
hey, I'm sorry, I am not fluent in English. Uh, I guess. So hello. Oh, okay. I think now it works. Yeah. So why is it a great fit? So as I said, we built a platform brain, not a single app. And with the flow brain, which what this provides is the reasoning plus decision logic, so the brain loop inside of those, and action execution, so the tools plus workflows that we include, and the universal memory idea, which will basically handle all the memory that the user will input into our brain and store it down and get back to it at every time the user wants, basically. Of course, we'll probably limit it at some point, but that's the main idea for that. So we never need to ask AI or remind AI about useful cases that we want to store inside of the brain. We can always get back to that. What makes it different than other softwares on the market right now, other AIs that are on the market right now? I said that it's a system, not just answers. So the flow brain is basically built for those persistent memory, and basically it provides user with what I just said before. It actually does things, not just talks, and be useful for the user, whether you need AI to help you. Its its compatibility across the devices is planned out to be broad, and for now it's just a web, and later on it will be on the devices, on the mobile phones, and many more. And expandable capabilities, which I mentioned, is because of the API layer that will be included, so it can be connected into several different things, different devices, robots, machines, etc. It's basically very futurable because of its expandable capabilities. So I guess everyone gets more or less the idea. If not, I'm open for questions.
Hey, Philippe, I guess no questions. Who else on your team is on the tech team is going to present now? Go ahead.
Yes, I guess Indra, if you can take it from here right now, it would be great. And also Zuru, if you can be up and ready with Worda and present it furthermore. Of course, whether some of you have
Great.
questions furthermore, I'm sorry, Indra, I will just interrupt. You can always ask me on Discord if you are willing to better understand the whole structure of that and idea of the project. Go ahead,
Okay,
Indra.
I'm gonna Okay. Well, there's a few sides of the flow brain. One of them is the website. So I'm going to continue on explaining the flow brain website in the perspective of the front end. So we've understood what is the flow brain. It's basically a virtual assistant that can go on different devices, and one of them is the computer with the website. The FlowBrain website is a system where the user can interact with the AI and also will be able to view and manage some settings of the FlowBrain. So we have two scenarios in the FlowBrain website. One is when the user is not signed in, and they will be able to view the homepage where we'll have the explanation about what is the FlowBrain, goals and features that it has. Also, the user will be able to access the pricing table for each plan and a contact form to be in contact with FloLabs or a contact sales. Now, the most important part is when the user is signed in. So here he will interact with the system and understand what's happening with it. So we have the brain activity page where the user will see what's going on, what was the last activities of the brain. And the most important feature, will have the access for the chat interface while he will communicate and interact with the AI. We also have the system dashboard, which will inform about the brain health and the memory visualization that it's built as a graph. So to understand a little bit more, here is the brain activity page on the left side, and on the right side we have the system dashboard. This both pages is just for the user to view what's happening with the brain, what was the brain's activity, latest brain activities, and also what's the status of the brain, if it's online or it's loading something, it's idle. And then, as Philip said, the Flow Brain will be accessible with different devices. And here in the system dashboard, the user will see how many devices connected and things like that. So the brain and the memory page are the pages that the user will interact actively with the system. So the brain page is a chat interface that we are all known for ChatGPT and Gemini. So we'll keep similar interface. The user can understand it better. And in the right, we have the memory page where the memory is illustrated with a graph, and each node is a chunk or a memory particle, and he will be able to see the details of each memory and filter or search. Now, for the front-end development perspective, we are building the website using React framework and using as a TypeScript as a programming language to keep through the code a consistent type. Also, we are using Next to orchestrate the React framework and Shad CNUI for the components and Tailwind CSS for styling. And also, of course, there are specific libraries that we're using, for example, for the graph memory visualization and for the memory usage heat map. So where are we at right now as the front-end team? We are finishing with the design team the prototype of the website, and we are building up the foundation and setting up code and theme baselines and creating in parallel the main pages skeletons. Our next steps is to structure all the pages, so every scenario possible that will be in the prototype, and then bring real information. So there are some pages that have static information like the home page and the contact pricing page. We need now to understand what are the informations that we want to show and develop them there. And then, of course, integrate everything and get the front end with connecting with the back end. So getting all the dynamic informations from the API and let the user be able to connect and interact with the AIs. And then, of course, we're also trying to go, when everything's done, go again through every page and navigation and ensure that everything is needed for a good user experience and all the end-to-end user experience. Our team is based with 6 devs. I am one of them, and I'm also the tech lead. And if any of you would like to experience being the team or have great ideas for us to implement, you're always welcome to join us. And for the front end, that's what we have. Thank you so much for your attention. If anyone has questions also, I will be
Thank
happy
you,
to
Indra.
answer them.
I actually have one thing to say about this team, since we divided ourselves into sub-teams. I believe it's the most advanced team in pushing things forward in robotics team history, and I just wanted to say that you guys doing great job, and all 7 or 6 of you. Actually, whether I go through your input, I see a lot of progress ongoing from day to day, and I really appreciate that. And you guys the best.
Yeah, and I do want to mention that we've recently decided, well, we've decided a while ago, but started to implement this sunsetting of our FloMad travel uh, dev team. And there's actually a number of people that are front-end developers in that team that are now going to be joining you, Indra, and in the front-end team, like Deeksha and Mohammed. And so I think you have quite a few more people that aren't on your slide there, but so you'll have and and yeah. So what we're going to do with FlowMat Travel is try to see if there's anything that's reusable in the front end or the back end that can move over to our new architecture. And whatever's not reusable, we'll have to redevelop. And that was the whole point. We kind of developed FlowMat Travel as a separate product, and we were going down the path of doing Kaipo as a separate product, which doesn't make a lot of sense, especially our plan to power a lot of different sites and embodied AI. Really, we're as you'll hear from the design and architecture, how it was from zero. Basically, the everything that we're developing, whether it's on the back end or the front end, uh, the plan is to have that on a control panel that we can turn that on or off on any site. So if we have Google Maps developed, we can have maybe we have 500 sites and some of them have Google Maps and some of them don't. Authentication, all of this stuff. It's so yeah, so it'll be a really amazing product and for what we plan to do, since we're going to be developing a lot of different things, it's the way forward for us. Somewhat of a middleware. So I guess Zero, maybe you can take it from here.
Of course. So, I will talk about the backend architecture design we currently have. So currently, as John said, we have a travel planner, and this is the current backend for the travel planner. We have its backend deployed on AWS and have the database deployed on MongoDB. But since we are adding FlowBrain, we have to have another backend for FlowBrain, and it is very likely to be a Python project. And to do that, I mean, and there will be many duplicate features for both Java project and Python project. We don't want that. We want a single backend. So we need to have a plan to move forward from current to the future. Well, since we don't want to waste too many codes we have already written, we want to keep the existing Python Java project. Well, we are developing our Python project. So this is our next step backend to deploy both of them on AWS and also take the database to AWS. And Ward.
Yes. So now I will explain what we are going to do with AWS. So this AWS development is safe and smart way, especially for Flow Labs to run the backend and also the AI services, especially on cloud and handle users' data, store their data, and it's much easier for our development. The first is going to be region. It is just a place where AWS computers are located, and everything in the systems run in one region. Next we have like VPC. It's like virtual private cloud, and FloLab servers are allowed inside. It keeps everything secure. Like it's have their own building, office building, yes. So then we are going to have like internet gateway. It is the main door between internet and the VPC, virtual private network. Sorry, virtual private cloud. Also, without it, user cannot reach the system cannot talk to the internet. Then we are going to have public subnet. It is only the part exposed to the internet. Also, there is ALB, application load balancer, which is basically the traffic police officer. It works like that. Also, it does receive the requests from the user and send them to the correct backend services. So user never talk directly to backend service. Then we have network address translation. It lets the private service to go out to the internet, but blocks the internet from coming in. What it exactly it's do? It needs backend needs updates or APIs. Backend stay hidden, so it is very important for security. This part. Then we have ECR and ECS, but I think we work with ECS, or we are going to work with both. Yes.
Those.
Yeah, we are going to work with both. So ECR is just for container images, and ECS run and manage the application services like Java and Python, because we are going to use both. Then we have gateway VPC endpoint. This lets backend service talk to AWS service without using the public internet. And why it's matter? Because it is fast, it is more secure. Then we are going to use DynamoDB. It's the fastest database, and it stores the application data, user data, and system data. Then we have just S3, which stores the file, because we are going to work with documents, media, and it's cheap, so that's why S3 works here better. So if I explain just this in simple, a user send a request from the internet, and then the load balancer receives it and send it to the backend. Java and Python services process it securely in private network. Data is stored in DynamoDB or maybe S3, and then the result is sent back to the user. So that's what our right now AWS architecture is.
All right, I will take it from here. So now we have talked about the current situation, our next step, and now let's talk about the future. So in the future, we actually want our backend to be modular. We want different team to handle different modules so that it can be more efficient, and we actually build a platform for FlowMed. So this is the design for that. Let me explain each one for you. It's designed to turn a user's request into a intelligent decision executing through a real capabilities and persist everything as a long-term memory. So ensure this system thinks, act, and remembers. So the API gateway is the front door of the system. It receives all external requests and applies basic security, routing, and access control. And for this mid-tier backend layer, it's like a project manager. It contains business logic and decides what should be done, but it does not perform the actual task itself. Now go to capability layer. It is where work really happens. So AI agents tools and workflow is mostly stored in database, and data processing and external API proxy, they're all here. And when system needs to think, call tools and execute complex tasks, it happens here. And now for unified storage, it is the system's memory layer and also for storage layer. So all of the structured data, files, vector, graphs, historical records are stored here. So system can learn from the past and remain consistent over time. Now, finally, we go to control panel. Excuse me. Okay.
Okay, Michael, I believe you are not muted.
Yeah.
Uh,
Michael, can you mute yourself, please? Michael. I don't know. Can someone, Oliver, can you mute somehow?
Does someone have the permission to do so? Michael, are you here with us? If you can mute yourself. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I guess it's
Give me a
sort
second.
of not the most pleasant thing.
Why don't you just kick him for now and let him join again? Maybe.
Yeah, it would be great, but it's ran down by the different account. Maybe I can make.
Yeah, I guess like who's the host of the meeting?
The admin, yeah.
Who has access to
Host
the
could also.
PM back end? Yeah, just kick him out if you can't mute him.
You should be able to mute him.
I can do it.
Okay.
I can do it.
Sorry.
Let me see.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
Okay.
Now let me continue. So for control panel, it is a layer for management and safety. It handles identity, permission, configuration, monitoring, and rate limit system health. So it is a layer that helps developer to manage our system. It is not for users. It's for ourselves. So everything in yellow, we found that AWS can provide them 100%. So we don't need to develop them by ourselves. Everything in blue, they should be in Java project. Although this Kaipo service is not in Java project right now. For everything in green, we think they should be in Python project. Now, let me give you an example to help you really understand how this system works. So for example, if front end send a request, let's say, please build me a travel plan to Tokyo for 5 days, then it will first go to the travel planner service. This service will identify which exact model from capability layer it should call. Of course, it should call travel planner core. Then the travel planner core will coordinate with agentic core and enter a iteration of calling LLM, calling tools, and calling memory until it got the correct plan. And then it will send the plan back to core, back to service, and then back to user. That's how this backend is really working. So all pages from now on are built by Mary. I really thank her. But she is not very confident about doing the presentation. So I will do that for it. So this is our backend. This is our database schema. we split it into two different schema, but we currently put them all in NoSQL for the matter of convenient. But in the future, I believe we should put all of them to like where they should be. So for SQL schema, it's describe the relationship between user, group, and the billing and the preference, and also some I would say attribute to help user log in fast and convenient. We also store users' password, email, username here. Well, they're just like that. Wait, what? Okay. I'm so sorry. So users can register and authenticate, create groups or companies that be assigned one or more rules that define their access levels. So groups, here groups actually means companies. So a single user can belong to multiple different companies, so that when we are charging a company, we don't charge on every single user. Instead, we charge on company only. And yes, user and groups can subscribe to service without with payment history tracked, billing status verified, and preferences managed at both user and group levels. That's why we have this payment history. Login, yeah, those three are for login. And this one is for preference. Yes. Now we go to the NoSQL. This is where workflow is stored. So these two contains the predefined workflow, because we believe that our backend should not provide like all the capability that user would use. For example, if the user want to build a medical pipeline, we should decline it, because we don't have that capability. We can't do that. Then to identify what we can do, we define all of the tasks as a workflow, and each workflow is a collection of workflow steps, so that our system can know what kind of task can we really handle. And for workflow step and workflow, they are record of real-time task, so that we know what's happening of each workflow that user is requesting for. That enhances our debugging and even provide us I would say a chance to optimize the workflow itself. And these two are the thing that really do the task in each workflow steps. Record every, yeah, for LLM calls, they record all of the interaction between our backend and the LLM API. For example, ChatGPT, for example, Claude. And for message, it records all of the conversation between our backend and the user. So they're quite different. And for location, this is just an existing table for travel planner. So now let's go to memory. Okay. The picture is not very clear. I would say for memory, there are three very important components. One is called memory event, one is called memory artifact, and another is called memory object. Memory event is all of the record of truth. Once our system think that there should be a new memory created, we will create a memory event. And this thing will never be modified, never be deleted after creation. For memory artifact, no. Let's go to memory object. Memory object are the thing that our AI can really retrieve from. So when our AI want to ask for memory, like what is the preference of the current user, it will only be able to go into this memory object, not memory event. So how this memory object is calculated from? We use memory artifact and memory event. We collect a set of different memory event and calculate one memory artifact. And then we have a collection of multiple different memory artifact. We combine them and use LLM to analyze them. And finally, we got this memory object. That's how this memory database work. This kind of design ensures that we persist the truth and also the process of calculating the memory we can really use. Now let me see. Okay. Now let's go to the Universal Memory Service. It is kind of complicated, but I will try my best to help you understand it. So remember there was a universal memory green box in the future plan. That is what it is. So whenever another service wants to call it, we will use universal memory API to handle it, and then redirect it to control and policy engine to see whether or not we need to create a new memory event. If that is true, we create it. Oh, sorry. If that is true, we create it, then we trigger the memory intelligence on the same time so that this MI will retrieve the new created memory event and all of the related memory event to calculate memory artifact, maybe 10 or 20 memory artifact, then store them here and also create the corresponding vector corresponding vector. Finally, it trigger back to the control and policy engine. Control and policy engine check all of the created memory artifact, say, oh, those artifacts are good. We can create a memory object from them. Then the memory projector will handle that task and create the memory object finally. Okay, and on the same time, when a request is sent, we of course want to do the retrieval. So this is another pass happens simultaneously as this pass. It will go to the retrieval router and search from a vector database and the memory object at the same time and return the content. Yeah, that's basically about that. But as you can see, most of the design in detail are still remaining on database and this universal memory. So we still have a very long path to go. We don't have the agentic core detailed design, don't have the LM roots detailed design, and also not for this multimodal conversion. For backend progress, we are currently testing this deployment, but we have some very, I would say, tough problem that we need to solve. So we are still in progress. Once we done this project, once we done this test, we can start implementing we can start adding details to this memory, universal memory service design, and also creating a agentic core detailed design so that we can start implementing. For the backend team, I am not the lead right now, so I believe Warda is, and also Philip kind of be involved with all of related tasks. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Ziru. I guess this is really broad topic, and this is really broad and not easy to understand a process for everyone. But I guess once everyone wants to have an insight into those, they can reach out to you. Yeah, but in general, it's really high-end architecture that we want to start implementing sooner or later into our projects and build on top of those within the company structure. Thank you, Ziru.
Does anyone have any questions
Yeah, that's one
for Ziru?
question. Okay. I guess we can move back actually to Indra and E, and they will have a short presentation regarding VLMs. So go ahead, guys.
Well, taking a little bit, look a little bit deeper for what actually Ziri was talking about, the agentic core. One of other projects we are running in the robotics team is the multimodal perception and to power the FloLabs projects. So first of all, what is multimodal perception? It's an easy concept based on combining different AI models to process, understand, and act upon different activities and different types of data simultaneously. So they all work together for a single outcome based on what the user wants. But why would FloLabs do that? Where we can use it? So the multimodal perception system will power the Flow brain, and then the Flow brain will power all the other projects. So as I hope so you've got to understand by now, the Flow brain will be a system that the user will command or use a prompt to for the system to work in different activities. And that will do for the Kaipo wearable, the FlowMed travel agent, the website we've talked about, mobile, and also the robots in the Robo Collective project. So what are the models that we want to use it? The most important one is the audio and voice recognition, because with them we can understand what the user wants from us, and the user can easily talk with the AIs. And then we also want to perceive the environment with another type of data, would be the imaging data with from the computer vision model. Other models are text model. They can be used from the website, for example, and the translation model. So we can talk with different type of people and understand each other, even in our meetings, for example. And then all other external data that we're gonna have, like from Samsung Health and things like that, that we can obtain from other devices that we're connecting to the system. So we'll combine all of that using the multimodal perception. So how do they combine? Basically, let's think of a restaurant, and us as the client, the people who are going to eat, will be the user, and the waitress will be a designated model that mainly is a large language model, so it can understand what the user wants. So get the user order into the other model. So go back to the kitchen, for example, and this to be done. This meal are in the activity to be done. If we're talking for example, in Kaipo, I want to understand what's in front of me. So with the voice recognition, I will say what I want. So I will talk with Kaipo and say, hey, what's in front of me? And then and send it out to the computer vision model, and the computer vision model will try to understand the image that it's getting from Kaipo. And then it will
Sorry, Indra. Sorry for disturbing.
To the
Indra, if you can
voice
hear us, you have a
recognition and
bad
text to
connection.
speech.
Indra, slow down a bit. Whether maybe we test out your connection once again. If not, maybe he can take over from there. And can you say a few things? Because we couldn't hear you for past like 30 seconds.
Do you hear me now?
It's a bit laggy, but yeah, better now.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you
yeah,
see my
now.
screen?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's almost done anyway. So another example is for other applications you can use it is for robots. So we have Robo Collective where we'll sell and rent robots. And if we power them with the Flow Brain using multimodal perception, we can ask the robot to go grab a napkin, and the multimodal perception with all the models it uses will be able to go understand what the user wants, the user intents, and perceive the environment through the computer vision and plan the path and navigation to the napkin, things like that. Well, what are we working right now as the team? We are researching about the computer vision, so that's our first main goal, is to have computer vision recognition and things like that. We're setting up the system foundations, so architecting everything, and also creating the masterclass so new members can join our team and understand what's going on. And of course, we always want to expand the team. What are one of our next steps? One of them is then, after the computer vision, research and try to understand what would be the best model for voice recognition, and the best model for translation and things like that that are missing, and then combine all of them to gain the multimodal perception system. For right now, our team is me and Yi, but we're definitely we would definitely be happy for more people to join. So if you are interested in artificial intelligence and intelligent systems, come join us and be part of our team. If anyone has any questions, I will be happy to answer them too.
Do you want to add to that? Do you have something?
Yeah, so like what Indra has said, we are currently doing computer vision computer vision research and trying to build some benchmarks for the applications in Kaipo. And specifically, what we want is to align the expectation of our product with the current SOTA techniques. And what we will do is that we will do a broad research over those related papers, and we can just take a look what specific performance or expectation we can get from nowadays discoveries, so that we will see what we can explore or make a breakthrough in next steps. So again, we are very welcoming anyone who is interested in our direction, and we will highly appreciate it if you can join and help us work together. So yeah, that's basically what we are doing, and we will update our work in progress in Notion and the GitHub. So I haven't received the GitHub, so we will later have a GitHub repo, and we will just summarize everything we will do there. Yeah, that's basically everything.
Thank you, guys. I really like the part of where you recruit, look for people. Uh, I hope someone will get an interest and would like to broaden their horizons in this field. I guess whether there's no questions, we can move on to Adi and more to the hardware point of the robotics team and go briefly through those projects. So
Right.
Adi, if I may ask
Can
you.
you guys hear me?
Thank you. Yes. It's
Okay.
also worth mentioning that Elias, who's absent today, put hands
Yes.
on that.
Yeah. So to begin, I want to say, before kind of getting into the dev kit, I kind of want to briefly ground us in what Kaipo is and what we're really trying to build here. So Kaipo, as you guys might know, is a wearable AI assistant designed to act as your second brain. So instead of pulling out your phone, opening apps, or even losing focus, Kaipo lives on you. It listens, remembers, and responds in real time. The long-term goal isn't just voice notes, it's about creating an intelligent companion that can listen, think, and protect the user. If you guys know, Kaipo stands for Chief AI Productivity Officer. So Kaipo blends hardware, AI, and sensing into something that feels natural in everyday life. It's like your assistant. So what we're releasing right now is the first major step towards that vision, which is the Kaipo Dev Kit V1. And the Dev Kit isn't the final consumer product, it's the foundations that lets the developers, researchers, and builders shape what Kaipo becomes. So one of the hardest problems with AI, with wearable AI, is there's a lot of power issues. If your device is always running AI, the battery dies, or if it saves power, it stops being useful. So Kaipo, to begin with, Kaipo uses a hybrid compute system. First is the always on mode, a low power microcontroller that runs a screen. When we have that, the touch and the mic, it's always waiting, always listening, and barely drains energy. Where then there's the AI mode, which is when the real thinking is needed. It's the high performance computer that wakes up and runs vision, logic, and models. So we have that split across the ESP32 and the Raspberry Pi Zero, which I will show. So basically, instead of burning power consistently, Kaipo becomes powerful when it needs to. This lets Kaipo both be smart and, I guess, wearable at the same time. Here's what Kaipo looks like. We have 3D printed modular case of what Kaipo is as of right now. So if I was to put it on, I would just have this magnetic back, which would go behind. Let's just say my jersey right now. Oh, I'm not seeing, you guys can see this. And then my Kaipo will snap on. So there we go. Kaipo's set and ready to go. I won't have to do anything. I can move, walk, do whatever. It's onto my shirt. And the snap fit design lets you put it anywhere. So I can put it here. I can literally drag it down, put it lower, and it fits with anything, right? And if you're wearing a suit, suits have pockets, you can put it in the suit pocket, then slide it through there. There's a lot of different things that you can do with it. Now, most hardware is sealed shut, so you buy it and you don't touch the inside. Why? Our schematic that we have from the dev kit is designed for modularity, so think like Lego almost, not glued together phones. We split Kaipo into two parts: the Sentry, which is a small MCU managing the screen, touch mic, it's always watching, and then the Powerhouse, which is a powerful processor like that we have our Raspberry Pi, which is handling AI, cameras, and logic. By separating them, what we have is we get efficiency, flexibility, and upgradability. So instead of replacing the device, you upgrade the system. And that's what makes Kaipo a platform, not just a hardware, solution. Now, Kaipo isn't about just what ships, it's about what people can make it, right? First, we have interactive manuals. So not boring PDFs, but guides actually show how to assemble and modify Kaipo. We're documenting every step of the way that we're going through. We kind of understand what are the problems that we face and what were some of the solutions that we took. Second, we have the zero code start. So you can power Kaipo on and start using it immediately, no coding required. We want it to be the accessibility aspect of Kaipo to be the first thing that people see. Third, which is community first. If someone wants to change a sensor or add a feature, our documentation supports that because it is a dev kit. We are releasing it to the community for it to be experimented with and experimented on. So Kaipo isn't locked down. It's designed for learning, hacking, and upgrading. I should say hacking, but learning for sure. So that's why we say it's built to be built. Now, where do we fit in the AI race? A lot of AI variables either die quickly, have no screen, can't be upgraded. Kaipo kind of hits the middle right now. We focus on the best-in-class autonomy, physical modularity, and visual feedback. So better be swappable hardware with our dev kits, visual feedback. There's a lot of things that we have with the plot pendant omni wearable, and you can see things like the plot pendant. There's a lot of subscriptions required. You must use their app in cloud. You don't own your own data. They actually own your data, which is really not the best idea because it can easily get hacked. And the hardware is fixed. You can't really mess around with them. Now, the Omni wearable, it is open source. It has a much more complex setup. So you actually have to do a lot more of the programming things to get it started. And the privacy also varies. It's kind of different with what they're selling and how they have it, but the thing is, it's a very DIY feel, something that's like you're getting it as a project, and that's what differentiates us, right? We're open and consumer polished. We know what's going to happen in the market. We have our product built around that. We have a zero code start. We don't really have the user does not have to do anything. They can get it out of the packaging and they can start using it as product itself. It's on-device processing. You don't have anything that we're trying to there's a lot less chances of leaks of data and that data stays on the device itself, so it's way more secure and encrypted. And then there's the modular sleek screen, which will have in our final product for sure. Now, right now we're in phase one, so we have of course we have the best-in-class autonomy. Hybrid power system beats the single chip computers that are out there. We can make sure that the communication between them are great. Physical modularity, we want a better camera, swap the module. You don't have to buy a new device. A person that has a dev kit can easily do that because of the ability that we have done through our documentation or SDKs. We're giving them the opportunity to go mess with mess with Kaipo and figure out how they can make it better and how they can adapt it to their use cases. Not only do they learn from that, but we also learn of what are some of the problems that we might have not noticed and they might notice. So how can we make our product better, make it suitable for different people? And then the visual feedback, of course, we're working on the brown screen, touch sensors. We're kind of no frustrating blind interaction. You know what you're doing with different touches, different sensors that we have encrypted into Kaipo itself. So improving through community. Right now we are in phase one, which is again our target is to release it to hobbyist enthusiasts. We are going to be releasing it, making a community of some sort of flow, like the flow community that we have, and making sure that we have a community of hobbyists that are working on prototyping their own versions of Kaipo and seeing what they can do with it. Phase 2 is crowdsourced R&D. So users find bugs, suggest sensors and event workflows. They're able to also do, this will be more, as I talked before, about the community coming together and working on Kaipo and kind of getting everything together. Phase 3 is going to be the consumer version, which is the mass produced and refined product. So after we have learned from this one source, we are going to make a final product that we're going to sell out, sell to the actual sell to consumers that people can get as one final product that they don't really have to do anything with. So as soon as you get it, it works, right? Which technically goes through both sides. Now, some provisions that we have. Kaipo for athletes. The future Kaipo isn't just for meetings that you guys might think it is. It's for performance. Imagine sensors that track hydration through sweat, monitor heart rate variability, and give feedback in real times. An AI coach that whispers, your recovery is dropping, slow your pace by 10%. Kaipo becomes a partner, not just a reminder. This kind of experimentation starts with the dev kit, right? People will start to use the dev kit, try to adapt their own usability cases for it. So, you have advanced AI sensors to do different things throughout Kaipo. And another vision would be the technology that cares, the Kaipo care, right? Kaipo can support people remember things and staying safe for dementia and Alzheimer's patients. Kaipo can whisper names, monitor falls, provide GPS safety. Doctors can find families and remotely monitor vitals. So Kaipo isn't just productive, it's protective. And again, these systems began as experiments on the dev kit that we're trying to push out. Now, there are also specialized ecosystem verticals because Kaipo is modular. It can enter a specialized industry and really adapt to the industry that they're at. So Kaipo can go into neuroscience, space science, law, education, right? Each one builds different tools on the same hardware base. So instead of one Kaipo, we get many Kaipos, each tuned for a mission. Instead of changing the whole entire product, we're just tuning our one Kaipo to fit into that specific industry. And that's how ecosystems form, right? And then lastly, during the open hardware revolution, to kind of close, the hardware design is complete, validation is underway. We're moving from prototype to product. But more importantly, we're inviting builders, not just users. So Kaipo Dev Kit V1.0 is just the foundation. It's where wearable AI stops being closed and starts being collaborative. So when you look at Kaipo, don't see a gadget, see a platform that you guys want to start building on. Thank you. Any questions? All right, talked fast. Sure.
Thank you, Adi.
Yeah, Oliver, did you have anything you wanted to say about about Kaipos since you've kind of been involved in that?
Yeah, I like basically the pitch of Kaipo. I think it's amazing. That's what we have to say when we present it to the outside world. I've been following the evolution of Kaipo. In case you didn't know, I kind of watched all the meetings in which Kaipo was mentioned when I joined, just to get a good idea of what Kaipo is and how it started. The evolution was incredible. I think it went through multiple phases, and I'm gonna try to talk about it at the end. It went through multiple phases. I think we started right. We had the right trajectory when we launched that project, but we were kind of let down the thing and essentially stayed behind in the race because everyone started with the same idea, same hardware, but only a few managed to move it forward. Not because of the budget, if in case you ask, but really because of the speed. Like all we need is speed, and you can see it because the rest, the only difference with us, what compared to when we started, is that they kept the same pace. We went through many revolutions on the teams, to say the least. So it's not. I'm not blaming us for anything. It's just like that. Staying behind, I think, helped to rethink how we were doing things, and I think this new rethinking of the hardware and the architecture is something we needed to gain a better position in this race for this product. And I think these new changes that we had in 2025 not only positioned us differently in the race, but really gave us our own separate race. So I think we are really early on what we are providing with Kaipo, because no one else is really empowering the users with the data, and at the same time giving them a device that is supposed to be not only an FBI spy of whatever you do, but also like a friend. So it's like being able to discuss with your FBI agent, watching you watch cat videos at 3 a.m. So yeah, I think it's a good trajectory that we're taking this year. And I really want to thank you all for not giving up. Thanks Aditya for coming back, Philip for staying here for so long, and yeah, I'm gonna try to explain a bit more about what we're doing. And yes, you have an FBI agent spying you right now. I am in behind you. I mean, he is behind you on your closet, in case you were asking.
Oliver, to kind of go a little bit, I had a couple of show and tells. I have Kaipo and I don't have the base model, but we kind of started off with this, which is the ESP32, which we're still using.
Yeah.
So that is what we started off with. We're still gonna be using it. This is the mic. We had a touch sensor. The reason you see duct tape is because we don't have to worry about that. It's because I was working on it. But now we also have a Raspberry Pi, which will be, as I said, right, with the dual integrated systems that we have hardware that we have kind of upgraded into using a Raspberry Pi for those hardcore, doing the big LLMs, hosting the LLM on and stuff like that. I don't know if John remembers this, but Kaipo used to be almost a big box the size of like that. Like it was that big when it first started, and we were like, oh, that's what Kaipo is gonna look like. And then it went to like a box, another box that was smaller, but now we actually have a pin-shaped design that kind of works. And we're still trying to downsize it. So if anyone of you guys have any design, like, things that you guys want to design and you guys want to help out, we're very open for that too.
Yeah, I think Jiren is she'll be helping with this project with her with her background in industrial design. So yeah, and if we kind of just look at kind of remember back in the day, some of y'all probably was too early for you, but there was at one point in time, like, people were asking like, oh, this mobile phone, it used to be like a brick, and people were asking, you think a lot of people are gonna have one of these in the future? And Kaipo and what we're building with FloBrain is the core, it's streaming intelligence, right? It's an always-on device that is with you and knows you and what you're seeing and what you're hearing, and you can ask it anything at any time for help. And so I know every day I need Kaipo, and so Kaipo's products like Kaipo are going to be ubiquitous. Everyone's going to have one in the future. And so I kind of look at what are some of the other companies doing. A lot of people are kind of, some of the startups, some younger people, and I mean, we're kind of coming at this in a different way. We're coming at it from a hardware standpoint and a software standpoint. And yeah, so I'm really excited. When I first started, I was like Kaipo, and I was this kind of an idea. It was great for companies. Employees are going to want one. Employers are going to want to have a Kaipo on them. And I didn't know that there's going to be a dozen competitors on the market right now at the time. But yeah, so it's really exciting, and I think as we progress, I just kind of look back at kind of in travel. It's like for over a decade, my company Travel Storemaker, we had the best travel technology, and I look at kind of what we're doing right now, and I think we're going to have one of the best solutions on the market. Um, and and a lot of these frontier models, on the back end, as we move forward, kind of look at the global distribution systems in travel, and they've got so much money, and they've got kind of going out to market, and I'm sure some of them are going to have a Kaipo device, and but the thing is, on the back end, like Grok isn't going to integrate OpenAI and their competitors, and et cetera. And a lot of those frontier models are going to be commodities. Um, in our model, we're going to integrate all the AIs, and we're going to be an aggregator like Skyscanner and Kayak are. And so, although we're small, and we're a small startup, and we're just kind of getting started, we're definitely, from my perspective of looking back over the last you know few decades here, how things have evolved in tech, and some of the similar comparisons of other companies and models, and so I'm kind of like, whenever I'm kind of thinking about how we move forward, connecting the dots, and you know my understanding on how things have evolved with other types of companies in tech. So I'm really excited and optimistic that we're just gonna, as we move forward, we're gonna do some amazing things. I don't know if anyone has any questions or comments before we can move on to Kim and talk a little bit about Mood Changer. Because Mood
Yeah,
Changer is also
before, also, John, I would like Spencer to speak about, since we are in the hardware topic and in the robotics team, once we want to wrap things around robotics team, so it will be all. I know it's a lot, but yes, we have one more. So Spencer, whether you don't mind sharing your screen and saying a few things really briefly about the humanoid projects that is also ongoing inside the robotics team.
Okay, well,
Would be
before I
great.
begin, I would like to apologize. I don't have a fancy presentation like everyone else. I was working on the robot arm up to 9:55, so sorry. But let me share my screen. So as you can see here, this is the robotic arm that we are interested in. This is the Arctus open source robotic arm. This robotic arm, the reason we're so focused on this arm is because it is mostly 3D printed. So that's ease of manufacturing and ease to kind of adjust later down in the line. You kind of want to see what it looks like. This is a very simple model. We found this on Thingiverse. It is kind of a simple model. It kind of gives you an idea of kind of how the skeleton works, where your joints are. So it kind of gives you an idea also how big it is. It is a 600 millimeter arm with 6 degrees of freedom. We have all the parts from Arctus. Here's all the parts that will be 3D printed. And also we have other parts like the bearings. These are 3D model facsimiles of the parts that are on the bill of materials. So we can ultimately build a very, very complex 3D model later down the line. When talking about the arm, some of our plans, one of our big plans is to attach this arm to our torso. Currently, that's going to be done in the 3D environment, more or less. We want to get that into a simulation or environment as soon as possible because we want to immediately start playing around with it, with its bones, its joints, and even its volume. Currently, our torso is only just a cube, but when we get this arm into a 3D environment, that will kind of give us insight to how we need to shape our torso and how we need to fill it with space. And then kind of looking towards the future of this project, We will most likely at one point have two robotic arms in simulation. One will be in the digital environment that allows us to kind of play around with how to move the robotic arm, its control systems, and eventually this robotic arm will have its hand on it. So that would be how it grasps unfamiliar objects, where moving and placing and all of that. Um, and then we will have one in another simulation software that will be our mechanical environment. That arm will undergo stress strain, temperature change, pressure change, crack simulation, and a bunch of things to get a good mechanical report of how this arm interacts with actual environmental impacts and stuff like that. Any questions?
I guess not.
I guess not. Okay.
Spencer, I guess it's also really early stage of the project, although we
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
plenty of research done already.
It is quite early, but like I said, I am looking towards the future. I have, and I know Oliver is kind of interested in this arm, and I feel like this arm would be a pretty good stepping point for us.
Yes, of course. We try to expand our fields, our knowledge on that project, so we can move along with the upcoming plans for that. But I guess for the early stage of the project, that's all that we can present for this day. But it's still quite impressive, I would say, and really interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Does anyone have something to add? Any questions regarding those? Okay, I guess then Kim, we can move up with you.
Okay, thank you, Philip. I'm just gonna go ahead and share my screen. Oh, that's not what I was gonna share. No, sec. Okay. Great. Oh, my computer's lagging. Sorry, give me one moment. All right. Okay, here you go. So hi again, everyone. My name is Kim. I'm the team lead for Mood Changer, and I'll just go ahead and talk about briefly what we have done so far. So I'm fairly new myself. I just started in November, but I started to actually take on task on December. So the updates that I'm going to be presenting are more from December to January of this year. So bear that in mind. So I'll go ahead and start. Can you all see my screen, by the way? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So these are a couple of the project tasks that, had the most progress so far. So I'm just gonna be focusing on those first, and the other ones that are, working on the back end I'll probably talk more about that once we have more progress in it. But one of them is the environmental research. It's mainly focusing on the pollution aspect of things. And you got your Mood Changer website updates. We're currently doing some restructuring to the website itself, so updating the messaging and also making sure that everything is in alignment with what we are, what Mood Changer is actually about. And also, we are working on the Mood Changer and a third-party wearables integrations, and of course, the wearable sensors that goes along with it. And we also dive into the types and materials and the health data metrics, the anatomical mapping for placement, and lastly, this is fairly new, the athletic venture. So obviously, we need to open up more. What is that? We need to open this up more to more interns that are more from sports science and data science backgrounds. So this will definitely be helpful with pushing this forward. Underneath that, we have acquired a couple new interns from those backgrounds. So we'll be definitely seeing more of them and their work as we move forward. Okay, so just to talk a little bit about the pollution roadmap, I know we probably don't have as much time, so I'll just speed run through it. But there's a terminology called the environmental context object, so the ECO, also known as the state of the environment. It's a data structure that acts as a data snapshot that translate raw complex readings from various meteorological stations into single format that Kaipo can read. So, as you see, our phones technically don't have the sensors, or at least the laboratory grade sensors to sense all of these pollutants in the environment. So we actually rely on API that is taking the information from these meteorological stations to push that information, and we can our phones are pushing that information that, oh, you're getting too close to a place where you are most likely going to inhale a really bad amount of pollutants. So, and then once the Kaipo is able to read that, it is going to trigger an automated personalized health alerts, and it's using the pollution levels, also known as the air quality index, and weather trends and user locations. So what that looks like, I'm just calling it phases here, but it's not necessarily like that. But for the bundling, it requires the physical factors, of course. One of them is just temperature. And location and proximity, it's utilizing GPS and time and temporal data, timestamp, and user device identity, which is most likely going to be your phone or our type of hardware. So, like I mentioned earlier, let's say for someone who has respiratory issues already, and they are at risk for anything that is pollutant really harmful to their lungs, they will definitely benefit from this notification or from this alert. And so we could push a message that says, oh, you're 30 minutes away from a higher concentration of carbon monoxide, something like that. I mean, not to say that we're not really like inhaling carbon monoxide right as we speak, but there's just, certain levels that the air quality index will be able to suggest all of these information to push that, certain levels, like for example, mild, moderate to severe level of carbon monoxide floating in the air. So, and then the phase two, which is the API integration. So we need to keep in mind the unit conversion for that. So we have EPA for the US and EEA for the Europe, and WAQI and OpenAQ Global. And then we're also using the spatial kriging to it basically estimates values at unmeasured locations by averages of known data. And of course, our wearable sync specs, which is Kaipo Mood Changer. And lastly, with the notification map, this is how it works. So, and again, this is pretty, it's still in the infancy stage, so we're not entirely sure yet if this is exactly how it's going to look, mainly because Mood Changer is very reliant on Kaipo, and with the information that we have so far, we still need to clean this up. So again, we're collecting our information from these stations, WAQI, EPA, and CAMS. And then the Kaipo, the logic engine, will take in that information, and then Mood Changer will filter it out and create that personalization, and then push it out as you know, a message or an alert that is going to be emitted by the wearable device or the hardware. Here is, oops. Here's the flow chart that Robert had completed. Do you have any thoughts on this, Robert, that you would want to share to the team before I move on?
Not really. I think it's quite self-explanatory. So at the start, you just have the data in the ingestion layer, where obviously that would be a bunch of APIs that we're going to get the data from. And then you put it in the Mood Changer cloud, where it does all the logic and stuff. And yeah, then you separate it into, wherever it's needed. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Robert. So like I was talking about the type of alerts, we broke it down to three different categories. So exposure warnings, respiratory risk, and allergy flare. So again, there are some pollutants that some people are more sensitive to. So these information will be definitely helpful for those individuals who are already respiratory compromised. So for exposure warning, the tier would be advisory. For respiratory risk, it would be just an alert type of tier. And then for alert allergy flare, it's informational type of alert tier. Um, for the mood changer wearables, obviously we need to look into the sensors for collecting the biometric data. So the ones that are listed on your left side are most likely the ones that will be integrated to the wearable. So one of them is the optical PPG sensor, accelerometer, gyroscope, and skin temperature sensor. So what that looks like is, again, on your right side, we take the raw biometrics using the sensors that are displayed on your left side. And the biometrics are heart rate, heart variability, blood oxygen saturation, resting heart rate, respiratory rate, sleep wake, sleep stages, temperature deviation, and activity intensity. And then, of course, with Kaipo, with our flow brain, it should be able to calculate the other um, data that is taken from the raw biometrics. So, for example, resting heart rate, you calculate it by heart rate and accelerometer. This is not the exact formula, by the way. I'm just showing you what are the important variables to calculate that specific biometric data. And for sleep wake, accelerometer plus heart rate, sleep stages, heart rate, heart rate variability, accelerometer, and activity intensity, heart rate, and motion. And again, now, obviously, now we have to calculate the data of the biometrics. Now we have to create a prediction layer. So we have the recovery score, the strain score, sleep score. So for someone who, let's say, a biggest question in regards to this is that, let's say a person already has, let's say they're not in best health at the moment and they started using our wearables, our product. The problem with that is that it will start collecting the baseline of that person, but the baseline is already at risk for something. So that's why we definitely need to go back to the literature, the evidence-based and practice to make sure that we are pushing health-related information that is more accurate to what is normal versus what is their baseline. So again, there's a lot more research that goes into that, but I'll spare you that information. Moving forward, so the anatomical mapping for the wearables, of course, now we kind of have an understanding of what type of sensors that goes into the bands. Now we also need to understand where where the sensor should be properly placed. So if we were to get, let's say a client or a customer had bought a chest type of wearable, it's going to look something like this. It's in the picture on your right A, and then it's closest to your, did I write here? It's supposed to be heart. Sorry, closest to the heart and lungs. Um, Obviously the skin here is a lot thinner in comparison to other parts of your body, so it will be able to detect the distension and extension of the lungs each time you breathe. And also the great thing about this placement is that it also records your posture changes over time. So that's one of those things that the sensor might be able to pick up on. And the sensors are the ECG, RAP, and accelerometer. And then if the customer wanted, if the customer is more physically active, of course, I'm not going to recommend A. B is most likely going to be the best option. So the volar wrist is the best placement for the sensor. So this is your volar wrist and this is your dorsal. You don't want to place the sensor at the back of your hand right here, mainly because there's a bunch of fascia, ligaments, tendons, and we have thicker skin back here because it's how our protective adaptation has been for however long the humans have been alive. But this side here, the volar wrist, has thinner skin, and we don't have as much interference in terms of, we don't have as much hair back here, right? Most likely for some people back here, they have more hair, but here, the skin is thinner. We don't have as much hair interference. We'll be having a better view or better reading of the blood volume using the PPG. PPG also works as, it emits light. So red, green, and infrared, and it pushes the light through through the skin, and then it reflects back to provide a reading about the blood volume as blood volume changes with heartbeats. So that's that. So like I said, it's closer to your it's closer to our veins and our artery in here in comparison to here. And the sensors are PPG, skin temperature, accelerometer, and EDA. And then for plantar surface, not my favorite personally because, it's just probably uncomfortable to wear, but you can kind of imagine how that works. But it primarily records direct ground reaction interface. So with this one, you're most likely looking at gait analysis. You're looking at how well your foot or your body overall the balance itself is adapting to multiple terrain and how well your body is in alignment with from distal to proximal, closer to to the brain or to the head. So that's that. It's one of those things that are most likely not going to be popular, but it really depends on the person's um I guess activity or what they're prioritizing for. Like I said, there's differences in why the reason why people would buy A versus B or B versus C or C versus D placement for different reasons. And for the head, and in this case, we have thinner skin and low hair interference. So it's kind of similar explanation that I had about the roller wrist. So in this case, you will be able to track EEG.
Prosthetic plus race plus married plus no degree 74.
And then, so again, it's closer to your brain. So obviously it's going to start tracking other things, including the brain activity, your sleep cycle, just in general, like executive functioning. So temperature is one thing too, because we sweat a lot. We might be sweating around here. Temperature changes a lot. And of course, we have a big artery that runs from here to here, and it just kind of feeds back all the way to the back of the skull. PPG is going to work just fine in this case. So I'm going to go ahead and move on. And
Now,
now,
just one sec, if you can go back to that slide, Kim. And this strap is going to be FloLabs' second wearable that we are in the process of designing, and Jiren is working with Kim and the Mood Changer team on this. So as Mood Changer's plan is to have integrate third-party wearables into Mood Changer and because Mood Changer is wearables with third-party wearables with Kaipo. But we want to have our own wearable, and the idea of the strap is something that is low cost. We aren't dependent on anybody else for their wearables, for collecting data, and basically create a black box with sensors that our customers can order to spec. What sensors do they want on Kaipo or on our strap, on our wearable strap? So yeah, so really exciting to get started on our second wearable. And yeah, y'all are doing a great job, Kim. Thank you.
yeah, thank you, John. So like what John was mentioning about how, our own wearable is going to look like. So we talked about me and Jaren actually worked on this. So Jaren, if you have any thoughts on this, feel free to jump in. But I'll go ahead and talk about what you have completed so far. So with the materials and types, we got medical grade, the silicone elastomers, smart textiles, and e-textiles. Let me just take a peek of this. So high performance metal, ceramics, and engineering, plastics, and composites. So of course I'm biased. So if I were to buy something, I would go for the medical grade just because not probably from someone who's from healthcare. I'm pretty sure anyone who would be who cares about their health most likely will go with the medical grade, mainly because it's hypoallergenic and it's best choice for it's biocompatible, so it may not react with any other chemicals that would lead to chemical reaction that leads to irritation and inflammation on your skin. So that's definitely one of those things, the reason why medical grade may be more popular when we start, launching it. But So for grade 2 and grade 5 titanium, it's 45% lighter than steel, gold standard for comfort. It's also hypoallergenic, best choice for medical grade wearables. And I'm just gonna go run through here because I know there's other teams that needs to talk. But for um, silicone and elastomers, they're relatively breathable, and a lot of companies are using silicone mainly because for comfort and it holds shape. So, for example, if you have Apple Watch, you notice that it kind of like it's rigid, but not too rigid to the point that it's just uncomfortable to wear. But in regards to accuracy, since it holds shape, it's the sensor stays exactly where it's supposed to be. Um, and because if not, like for example, you have a metal grade type of band that that is embedded with the sensor, that'll be a problem because each time you move, it'll just going to be flopping around and it will be misplaced from the actual anatomical mapping that we talked about earlier. So that's one of the reasons why some people would go for medical grade and silicone. Smart textiles and e-textiles, sweat-proof and washable, extreme moisture wicking, and yeah, I'll move on from here. And high-performance metals, stainless is considered a surgical grade. The only issue with this is that it may lead to dermatitis for long wear use, especially if the individual has nickel allergy. And for anodized aluminum, it's lightweight. It can be dyed with any color so that people, who would want to purchase a color that fits their aesthetics, that would be great. This specific material is great, but the only downside is that it uses aluminum, and aluminum prolonged exposure can lead to irritation. So, and then for ceramics, you get zirconia. It's pretty scratch resistant. Um, and the good thing about it too is it allows signals to pass through easily. And for engineering plastics composites, you have polycarbonate, glass reinforced, and thermoplastic polyurethane. Um, just to speed run through it, the thermoplastic polyurethane is one of the things we need to watch out for, mainly because some companies may be using cheap synthetic bonds, especially for fluoroelastomers, because, it's cheaper. Why not, right? So that's a problem because it may contain PFAS, which is a chemical that you do not want to be entering in your body because skin is an organ and anything that passes through our skin can be detrimental to your health. So I kind of talked about a little bit about the sensor interference that includes the skin and the tissue and also the hair aspect. So I'm just gonna point at it and then you can guys take a look at it. But one thing I wanted to mention about this is that with subcutaneous fat thickness of your arm may also be a problem with like how accurate the reading will be, mainly because the PPG can only emit light for 2 to 5 millimeters. So, and yeah, and to clarify about the skin pigmentation, so let's say you have a birthmark that is conveniently situated back here. Um, of course, darker pigment will only absorb the light, so it will not be able to reflect back the information that the sensor is collecting. So that's that. For metal interference, if we do end up incorporating metal into the bands itself, these are the things that could be a problem with it because metal is, you know, it acts as a Faraday cage, so it weakens the signals, and it also messes with the magnetic fields if you are using it for hiking or for navigation. So that's just, a few things to keep in mind. But the biggest thing is that with, let's say we're using the NATO strap type of metal. The essentially what it looks like is that you have we have our kypo our kypo wearable, and then we use a band in the NATO strap that is made out of metal. Now you're blocking the PPG sensors that shoots out light. So you don't want that because, light does not penetrate metal. So that's that. And I already talked about this earlier, and then I'll skip through here. We have the placement and fit. You don't want to be wearing the band or, yeah, the wearable in certain areas for different reasons. So you can think about it as upper arm versus wrist. Upper arm, we have more muscle fat density in the upper arm in comparison to our wrist. So those are the important things to keep in mind. And the context, so the movement that the user is doing. So typing versus sweeping. Typing is mainly static, your fingers are moving, but sweeping, you're probably doing more than that. And activity context, like what are you using it for, swimming or running? And here we go. So if we were, like I mentioned, if we were to use any of these type of wearable bands, here are the requirements. So I'm just going to speed run through it. But again, silicon is suitable for sports purposes, mainly because it's lightweight and it's providing an accurate reading of using the sensors. And these are the dermal risks that is important for the whole team to understand as well. We need to watch out for PFAS that are usually found in water-resistant coating, nickel found in metal casing, clasps, and buckles, chromium is found in stainless steel and leather, BPA, BPS, BPF, found in epoxy resins and device frames. Lead, they are found in decorative metal parts, and PAHF, whatever. They're found in rubber and synthetic elastomers. And the last one right there, I believe is carcinogenic. So we don't want that. We wanted to make sure that we are providing that information to our users, our customers, so that we don't get sued. But here we are. So the industry used materials, we have done some research on what other companies or other companies are already using. And these on the right-hand side of the table, you'll see the reason for that. So we'll look into Whoop, Polar, Fitbit. They had used a soft silicone and textile for Oura Ring. Apple Watch Ultra, they're using the titanium metal. Fitbit and Amazfit, they're using the elastomer Velcro fabric. And then for Garmin and Apple Watch, they're using stainless steel polymer. Okay. And of course, we can't talk about sensors. We're not going to talk about API, at least for mood changers. So one of our interns also looked into the type of API and what API are accessible to us so that we can integrate that. But unfortunately, there's only about two that is known to have public access to their API, and that's Aura and Fitbit. And, this is the purpose that we might be considering of like, taking their data, but, that's up for discussion. And then, so for future directions, so Mood Changer, we have for the people, for the athletes, and for the pets. So we don't have as much interns that are, passionate or, more, I guess, knowledgeable when it comes to that specific aspect of Mood Changer, but we do have more for the people and for athletes. And for the athletes, we have accepted more interns, again, like I mentioned, that are from sports science and data analytics. So that is very wonderful. So we'll see more of them. But in regards to the future directions of Mood Changer, we're looking at health and wellness consultancy services, potentially health tech ventures. That's just my thing. For environmental context, since we already done the pollution, we still need to do other things. So that includes the noise exposure, the airborne allergens, also known as pollen. So there's no way for us to know whether a person is going to eat shrimp, for example, and they're allergic to that. But for something that's not tangible, like pollen, it's not something that you can see, hear, or touch. It would be really nice to have a technology that allows us to, let us know that, oh, I don't want to get triggered. I don't want to trigger my allergy. So of course we would want something that will help with that. So we as a team we will most likely going to start looking into this. And then for health and wellness context, again, we had a really good conversation from our previous meeting about health data extraction. So there's a lot of legal stuff that we need to talk about behind the scenes. So we'll definitely be working close with the legal team and also the data science interns regarding this. And of course, it's also important to look into the health risks, the disease management for example, cancer. So some people may need some professional or not professional, I guess, information more about how they're going to manage their, for example, medication, how to manage their stress that rapidly increases their the chances of getting even more problems with their already existing condition. So one of them is also speech impediment, psychological and behavioral patterns, stress management, sleep and movement analysis. So as you can see, there's a wide variety of things that Mood Changer has to go do the research and also translate everything into an actionable tasks in the future. So that's that. And it wouldn't be Mood Changer if we don't talk about productivity. So goal tracker. So with our Flow Brain, we may be able to use it to help collect the historical data of the user and see how well they can improve their workflow, their school and leisure all together. So to provide balance. And for the athletes, again, this is new. I mentioned it earlier. So we're looking at launching the website soon. And then one of the priorities that we're looking into is building partnerships with the new interns. So with the new interns, they will be able to help us with um, developing a system for sports-related consultancy services. And of course, the whole point of building a partnership is to market everything that we've done or all of the products that we are developing to sports teams, clubs, and leagues. And the point C, the injury risk and management and human performance is you know, more specific to sports science. So physical and physiological recovery, movement analysis, performance analytics, progress and training tracker, and skill consistency. So that's like I said, all of these are new. We're still in infancy stage when it comes to creating a fully fleshed out roadmap for athletes, Mood Changer for athletes. So that's definitely something that we'll be working on more later on and as we grow as a team. So if you have any questions, please let me know. But yeah, that'll be it. That's it for me.
Yeah.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Did you cover, I got distracted because I got an email. Did you cover manufacturing like methods?
Wait, give me 1 second. Where did I talk about that? Which aspect of it? Because I kind of
Just like I see your material choice. I'm wondering about, stitching, whether you're thinking about injecting molding, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, that's definitely one of the parts of the research that we noticed that it's not just where the sensors are kind of just like, a one specific thing, but for example, the smart textile or the e-textile, it's using some kind of fiber that actually extends and compresses each time the person uses. So that might be another use case that we can definitely look into, but we don't have a clear plan yet on what that looks
This
like.
is just a mechanical engineer mind thinking about, bands, wear and tear, all that kind of stuff. Athletes, they, running, they fall, they scrape, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This is just mechanical engineer mind working here.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's the reason why thankfully we have Jaren in the team to help kind of conceptualize what this looks like. And also with her expertise, she will be able to help with like understanding better of what works better, what type of material works better for a specific type of activities. Because like what you mentioned with people who are physically active who are, let's say, what is it? For the feet, for the plantar surface it should allow for some, stretching, but we could also look into where the sensor are embedded within the fiber itself, and then it sends the information to the sensor. But again, there's more information. We definitely need to do more research on how that would look like and the design of it, mainly because if you think about it, you're stepping on the sensor, and like I said, the sensor should here because again the skin is thinner. We don't have as much structure that is preventing the light to be emitted to the tissue. The problem is not comfortable. So a good way to mitigate that is to use the whole structure of the band as a sensor to collect that information.
Yeah.
But yes, you are completely right. That's a very good question. Thank you, Spencer.
I just want to put it in your head at least.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, probably after this wearable, our third wearable is going to be a simple vest that athletes can wear that has sensors inside the vest, and we've seen a company that has a product like that. They've gone to market, and it looks like they're the leader in the market, basically consulting sports teams. And that vest has a GPS on it. And so our go-to market is there's some of these like Garmin and Polar, and there's a number of wearables, sensors that are kind of growing in the sports business. Um, the sports teams are hiring data people, sports science and data science, because how can you improve your performance of your athletes? That's just 5% increase. It could be a winning season. So our plan is to go out with here's our wearables and kind of like maybe Garmin and some of these companies but provide a consultancy within that as an option, but go out with another focused site and organization that will only do consulting, where we're hardware agnostic and we can help teams, instead of hiring their own teams internally. They can outsource that, or we can augment their teams and help them analyzing the data and other things. And hey, by the way, we're consulting for you. We also have some wearables that you might be interested. So yeah, we have a huge interest from sports science, neuroscience, biotech, and so we really want to expand on Mood Changer and our offering to help people in this health. And this will just be kind of a launch pad, because our goals are really to help people live longer and better, and with health span. But targeting the sports sector is certainly a way that those companies have funds available. They can write a check, and really we need to get out to market with product so we can start generating revenue and be able to fund our Earn and Learn program. So yeah, and maybe you can stop sharing, Kim. And just one other thing, Kim mentioned one of the things that we're looking at, is some of the pollen, and another thing is stuttering. Some of the things we want to solve, and yeah, Marie has, we were inspired, and I think Oliver, we kind of added that onto the Mood Changer list to help people with stuttering issues. And we were inspired by Marie. She has a stuttering issue, and we've talked to her about it recently, and she's going to be working with Kim and the Mood Changer team to see how we can help people with stuttering issues, with all the new stuff that is going on out there. Hopefully we'll be able to kind of help solve that problem and assist. And I think just in general, as we have, we're trying to build a community. We're trying to do something different. This isn't your normal company. Certainly isn't, as we're remote in the things that we're working on. And we're building experiential learning combined with startup environment and entrepreneurship. And as we move forward, and how do you build a community? And what is a community? So everybody might have different ideas. Maybe you're part of a community, you're part of a book club, or you're part of you're from a city, or you're from a state, or you're from a country. So you see someone, oh, I'm from that city too, or I'm from that country. But but so yeah, community is about family, and you know, you want to, if people in your community and your family have an issue, you want to help them, and so we want to help our family, and Marie is part of our family, and I hope that if others have some issues that with our team and our capabilities that we're developing, that we can help them. You know, please bring that to our attention and to discuss it with me and to other team members. And we really want to kind of see how we can solve these problems. If you can't rely on your family, who can you rely on? So we want to be a reliable family. With that, maybe Mama, do you want to talk a little bit about automation? Because we're really excited about the automation team that we're going to start to grow and expand on. Automation is a huge opportunity for us, and yeah, you see hear a lot about these small teams that have 100 million ARR, and they've done it with very small teams because they're automating everything, and in AI is all about automation. So Mama, go ahead and take it from here.
We are working now on two tasks. One of them is to automating responses for emails that we had for HR. So we are working on a website end-to-end, so I can show you our workflows that we are worked on. Here's our first version from for our task, and then we update our workflow using templates from Notion, here from Notion database, and also we are using AI agent. And this is our last version here for now, and we have more version also on her way of updating. That's what can I share with you for now. And also we are automating, Rasul is working with us. He's automating the onboarding for every new member, yeah. And also Oliver is working on automation on maybe on our Discord channels. That right, Oliver? Yes, he said yes. That's it for the automation.
Yeah, and one of the things we found in automation, it's a great training ground for people that are developers that want to be back-end developers. And Mama, can you and maybe Oliver talk a little bit about that, and maybe some of the tools that we're using in the automation team?
Okay.
Languages. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the automation team is a great way to understand the concepts that you tend to need on backend, because it teaches you how to connect applications. And the thing is that you don't have a million ways of connecting applications. Usually you have two main methods, and it's by using APIs and using what we call webhooks. The thing is that in order to communicate with one API to another, you need to learn how to transform the information coming from one API to the other API. And sometimes it can be because you want to retrieve something for one platform to display it somewhere else, or sometimes it's to retrieve information for somewhere, to store it somewhere. And in each case, you'll have to either format it for humans or for a database. And that simple process of retrieving, transforming, and sending is basically what happens in communications in general these days. And the thing is that you can limit your automations to that. And honestly, they will be more efficient that way because one small script will do one simple thing. But you can make applications out of automations because it's just like an extra layer of UI that you add on top and some extra functionality. So if one day you don't know where to start and you want to learn how to break down processes to the simplest steps, then automation is a great way to start. It really changes how you have to approach problems in general. So yeah, I think that's my take on it.
Okay, great. Great. If anybody has any questions or thoughts, maybe not, maybe Pranad, you want to talk a little bit about the exciting possibilities and what we're working on in the space team?
Yeah. So also I didn't really create like a really quick presentation. Also I think this is like a great timing because I do also have to hop off pretty soon too. Um, but yeah, quick, not that like insane presentation, but a really quick to the point presentation about just this space initiative that we got going on. Let me see, sharing screen. Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
No, no, we
No?
cannot. No.
Shoot. Okay, wait. Okay. Okay, what about now?
It's slow. Yeah, we can.
All right, cool. Perfect. Uh, let's see here. Alrighty. All right, so I want to start off by saying hi, everybody. Oh, wait, can you guys see this screen when I do a slideshow presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. So, hi, everyone. I just want to make this really quick. My name is Pranad, and I'm part of the Space Initiative team. And it is a new team. Right now, we are really small, and but we have some exciting ideas that we definitely do want to get started on and want to what do you call it? Put a foot on the gas. So I want to start off with something simple. So space technologies, of course, advancing faster than ever, right? So like we have reusable rockets, and along with that, we have like AI-driven missions as well that are increasing and going quicker and getting better as time is going on. And if you're not already inside the industry, like space obviously feels like distant. And if you're a student, space will definitely feel like very abstract. And of course, if you are some kind of like an engineer or like a builder, you'll feel like all these tools are quite fragmented. And at FloLabs, we want to have like a space initiative where space can be accessible, interactive, and kind of like a spot for us that we believe that Space Initiative, like Space Ventures Initiative Institute, would be a starting point for that. So the whole idea is that it's not just what we call a product, but an ecosystem, right? So in this presentation, I'll go over the Space Venture Institute, a AI space like co-pilot, kind of like how we already have a developing Kuiper going on. So like a space buddy, right? And a Space View app, and then of course our integration with Space Summit and Natural Reserve. So with the Space Venture Institute, basically we just believe that space should be accessible, intelligent, and inspiring, right? The simple way to look at it is that, uh, the simple way to look at it is that you're building products at the intersection of AI, right? Along with space exploration, some kind of education. But just basically, this institute is trying to figure out a way to make a real world impact in terms of like any kind of research or any kind of platform that we're creating. It's not just like an app, like how I'm talking about the Space View app, which I'll go into. It's more about the way you can think about it. It's more about being able to create something new to the industry and be able to be like how John has bring up the example that we want to be like the sky scanner to like Google Flights or like a different kind of AI model that can be specifically used instead of using the overall general purposes of like ChatGPT and Grok and all that. So with Space Buddy, it's not just like another chatbot. It's designed to be, like I said, like a co-pilot, helps connect to like live satellite data, any kind of mission database, any kind of launch schedules that are currently happening. If you guys know, NASA's planning on launching Artemis 2 pretty soon, and that's really exciting. So being able to like see those launch schedules, are there any delays? What are the future plans? Any kind of maybe have an astronomy catalog as well to the Space Buddy as well, understanding what's going on with the constellations and all that. So some uses, like I said, of course, like research database and using AI reasoning to help figure out like astronomy catalogs and understand constellations. And as just as a viewer, even as a student, or just a general person wanting to use and this AI module is understanding more and being able to interact more currently about the current situations that are happening in space. So it's designed basically for consumers, students, even educators, or just, of course, anyone in the space industry. An example of that is what I want to go through is Space View. So I would like to show this video. I don't know if you guys know, there's like certain apps out there. I use one of these apps for fun. It's called Skyview. So Skyview is an app that you can just point your phone to the sky and it'll tell you what the current planetary like path is or any planetary path, where the Hubble telescope is right now, what constellation you're looking at right now. Like it's a really cool app. And if, let me see if I can share this. Really, I don't know if sound is really needed, but like as you can see in this video, um, right now, like depending on the location that you're in, it shows you what constellation or what stars are right now like in the sky, even if you're in your room, and you can point to different stars, point to different planets, and it tells you its current planetary path. And that's the equator that you can see right now. So it's pretty cool app. Like depending on where you are, of course you have to have like location services on and all that. So it tells you exactly like where certain things is. Like in this one, tells you the International Space Station is right down there below the equator from where you are and its path that it's on currently. And then those little constellations are there that you guys saw. Like it's a pretty cool app, and that is something I think the space initiative, sorry, this a space view app that we can bring as well. Being able to identify planets, stars, satellites, and just in that previous app, sorry, in the video, you saw that it was just explaining, um, showing the satellite or showing the constellation and just ex having a few explanations on it. But I feel like something that could make Space View different is having like live explanations, having like educational videos or some kind of mode for children as well in order to be more interactive, in order to be more educational in that sense. And let's go to the next one. So of course the roadmap is like a short term, long term, and a little bit of like the medium term goal as well. Obviously, the short term is, of course, I feel like the stock candidate would be creating the space view, uh, collaborating with like the AI Space Buddy, of course. And if we can make it as an app, put it out there on like the App Store that people can download and interact with, and we can get data from that, how they interact with, and make changes accordingly. That would be a great first start. And then, of course, next thing is based on those interactions and the data analytics that we do get, we can of course create personalized learnings or some kind of astrophotography coaching that can be done, whether like even if mostly like anyone who's interested in learning about space, yeah, sure, it can be kids, but just anyone. Maybe even having astronomy calendars out there, like people who really do uh, have a lot of like belief in like Mercury retrograde and all those um, constellations and time periods that happen in space and happen in space and along with launches and missions and just current events that take place. And last thing is just making this app, whatever, like just easy to use, just making it easy to use and just general to open public is obviously would be like I would call it a gateway experience for people to have. And next thing with Natural Reserve and Space Summit, the whole idea of this is again using AI and just a sustainability initiative. Like I believe, if I'm right, John, like we already have websites for this that we do need to create. Um, we already have like the domain for these websites, but we still need to create a website for these too. But once we get these websites out, the whole idea is one is talking about like sustainability and just environmental education, while another like Space Summit is a idea to host press conferences, like how we have like conferences about space going around in the world today, and just having like a global venture space conference for not just engineers or like professionals, but just anyone who wants to come, like new entrepreneurs who have a new business idea about space that they want to bring into the light, or any kind of space agencies that want to come over and show their idea and want to like hire people. Like we can use Space Summit as that platform. And just with AI powered tools, it just to help with people like, learn and network and just collaborate. And yes, and of course, like if you guys love space and just technology and just being able to create something that is interactive for both, not just professionals, but even just the general public and just building a future, please do join the space team. And one thing I would like to mention is we do have a Space Ventures Institute website currently in the works. Um, Right now, if anyone has taken a look, I can just give like a brief description about it. If you guys have seen the legal and ethics website that FloLabs has, it's probably around the um, same type of like configuration and display of information that you would see, but just more related to the opportunities and resources that FloLabs will have in the space industry.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Pranad. And just to as we talked about Space Ventures Institute and Legal Ethics Ventures Institute.com, and as we start to move forward, we plan to have really segmentize each learning experience that people that we're going to be offering, and start to kind of have teams that will start small and will expand, as we move forward. But each one of the just like a university has their main website, University of Texas, and then each one has the School of Engineering has their own website, and the School of Artificial Intelligence has their own website, et cetera, is what we're creating. But those ventures talks is focused on because we're going to launch startups in around that vertical. And institute refers to institute experiential learning institute. So and the ventures, all the ventures that will be in all of these, will focus on what's our core projects. The flow brain is our core, at the end of the day, is our core technology. And so there'll be a space buddy that you can talk to, like your space buddy. And what is a space buddy? There's lots of data, as Pranad mentioned, out there with NASA and APIs that we can integrate legal ethics, your legal buddy. There's certain APIs and LLMs and models that we can access that are focused on legal and ethics and et cetera, data. We want to have a data buddy, Data Ventures Institute, that you can talk to your data. Why do I need, most small business owners, they don't understand Google Analytics, although it's supposed to be really easy, and they can't figure things out. Why can't they just talk to the data buddy? And so, and because the flow brain will be your everything buddy, but that you'll be able to access based on intent recognition. And when you're talking to it, you're going to ask it about an agreement. It's going to know, oh, I'm going to access that set of LLMs or APIs on the back end, et cetera. So, but we want to also go out to market with specific websites that are focused on Space Buddy, because someone might not want to go to Google. And although Google has Google Flights, they might want to go to a travel site like Skyscanner and Travelocity. So that's really our go-to market, is how we can start to build. And as we build our space team, and here we're a small team in the legal team, but within the next 12 months, we'll have 20, 30, 50, 100 people in those teams. And what are those people going to be working on? They're going to be working on, lawyers, people that want to get a law degree are going to relish in, like, oh, I get to work on a legal AI, and perhaps looking, so that's kind of how we, our plans. But with Natura Reserve, as we have FloMad Travel, a travel site, an AI travel planner. Natura Reserve will be a space travel agency. So we will be promoting different space solutions like Virgin Galactic, SpaceX, Blue Origin. If anyone has a few millions laying around and they want to go to space, those prices will be coming down as we move forward. But there are other solutions, like a friend of mine, we had a meeting with him, Jose. He has a company in Spain. He has a balloon, basically goes to the edge of space, and you see black around the Earth. It's only about 500,000. But there's also other things in space museums. When I was in Hong Kong, I went to the Space Museum and other types of space solutions that are more affordable. So we're going to create, the Natura Reserve is going to be a space-related travel agency. And as he mentioned, the space summit, Space Summit Online. We have that domain we're going to be using because it's going to be a 2-day online conference about space. And that conference will have people that are presenting that are things that are related to what we're doing, like AI in space, robotics in space, quantum in space, and et cetera. And there'll be a startup competition where we'll have space startups pitching their ideas. So yeah, it'll be all online, and I think we'll have some amazing guests in that in our first online conference. We're planning it out about 6 months from now. So maybe sooner. Oliver wants to do it a little bit sooner. Oliver, do you have anything you want to add to the space thing before we move on?
No, I think summer is the best window to have the space summit. But basically, the goal right now is what Bernard presented. I think this experience with Zero to Infinity will be a great way to gain experience before everyone else on space tourism. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. It's just a great opportunity.
Okay, awesome, great, thank you. Maybe Daniela and Mohammed, probably a good segue into looking at the websites and what you're doing in the design team. Are they still with us?
Which Muhammad?
Mohammed, the team lead Mohammed in the design team.
Abdelmozen.
Yeah, Mohammed and Daniela. Is Daniela still with us?
Oh no, I think she left.
Oh, she's there. Well, camera's there. Maybe she's taking care of baby right now.
Maybe. Should I start?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Hi guys. First of all, you did a good presentations, but we are in the UI UX designers teams, and my team, Daniela team, we don't actually make presentation. Our work is our presentation. You can see right now. I'm gonna share my screen with you. So I'm gonna show you the result of our design at the beginning, and I'm gonna show you at the end our work regarding Figma. So this website is FloLabs Innovation Group. This is the work of our UI/UX designers. It's maybe a landing page, but we did
Yeah, I think we lost Mohammed. He has internet connections, and Daniela is okay. Not sure. Maybe we can go. Do we have anyone from the legal team here? No.
No.
Theodora had electric problems and
She sent me the copy for Ethics and Legal Venture Institute, but yeah, her actual presentation it's gonna be hard to reproduce.
Oliver, do you want to kind of show us maybe the our logo and kind of what you did with the different colors and
Yeah,
if you have
I
access while we
yes.
wait for see if Mohammed makes it back and
Just load the thing because just loading the page. Notion, graphic identity. Okay. Okay. So during 2025, we had an old logo that was the one that was used on most of our websites. And wait, because oh my god, okay, so let me just exit this. Okay, we had a logo that was used on most of our websites. And that logo had a few geometry issues that essentially, if you saw the logo on full screen, you could see them. They were technically visible at this size. And when looking at the Discord server and the history of how it started, I realized that it basically was the result of lots of iterations on Figma. which is nice, but we didn't really have the sources somewhere. So I come from graphic design background because I essentially was designer like three times on three different universities for students. And during that time, I had to come up with the workflow to design logos for small activities, small events. And something that always resurfaced whenever designing something new was to come up with the graphic identity of the event, because it essentially helps to generate flyers, posters, and social media content effortlessly, because you don't have to think about the logo or the colors or the fonts. The idea is that since we have multiple products and multiple projects you are trying to move forward with, the idea is to have a base, a structure to generate all the content for those, I'll call them projects for now, for all those projects, without needing to figure out every time you have to make something, what the logo will be, what the colors will be, what the fonts will be. So I reworked the logo. I fixed the geometry issues it had. I made sure the logo followed a more organic shape. Essentially, it looks more rounded on all edges. I remade it with Inkscape to make sure that we have like actual files of how to build the logo from scratch. So we have the construction files, which are here. And we also then have the vectorial files, which are the files that can be scaled infinitely. And these are some variations to just show like the ways in which you can use the logo. So the idea is that that led to creating graphic identities for our different products and different projects and different websites. And that way, whenever you create, for example, a presentation for Kaipo, you know that what's required to recognize that the presentation is about Kaipo is to use the logo with the colors, with the font, and you probably want to also like show the device here and there. That's the new innovation, essentially like reduce the amount of work needed to create presentations, or simply to create the footprints for all the communication supports, as we call them in French. I think it's not a very accurate name in English, but yeah, communication supports, also I'll call them still, for any of these projects. And yeah, and it's been really useful. If you don't use them, I really recommend you at least try, because the workflow of using graphic identity for one brand, in this case, each project, really makes the work more effortless. So yeah, this was my contribution to the logo, and I added some advice for UI UX designers here, just so that you can choose colors to match. I mean, to go with the original colors in case you want to create a custom UI or something. I'm not a UI UX designer though, so take this with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the design team can see how we can continue to improve on this, and moving forward, FloLabs Innovations Group is, you know, each one of our spin-offs, our startups, our products will have the same FloLab salute, and like the Vulcan salute, ours is the FloLab salute, and just with a different color as part of that, our overall identity. So, Mohammed, I see you're back. Is your internet okay so you can continue?
Yeah, I can continue, but I think I need to close my video cam because it consumes a lot of internet. So maybe
Okay.
it's gonna be better if I close my cam. I'm gonna share my screen again. So where we end. Yeah, this Legal Ethics Venture Institute. This was the first prototype for this website, but we upgraded and we still work on it, and I will show you the result at the end. Our next project here in the company is Innovation Bootcamp University. This website have a lot of animations. It show you how to check and see our courses. If you are someone actually need to have a boot camp with everything actually you need to do it from one place. This place is where you can go. You can see it. Our another website is Thorough. I'm talking for the UI UX designers. Anyone have the skills, anyone can see what we did, anyone can actually contribute. You can see our work. This how we work. This what we did. This is all our projects with this animation. This mode changer AI, I believe we're gonna enhance it in the future, but you can see it. It's a real project with a lot of UI, UX, like UX expertise. We have experts here in the company, did a good job. And another website we did it, which is Kaibo, which is the core of a lot of projects here. That is the UI that the UI UX team did. You can see what we have, like the animation, how we can use it, how is it have a good appeal for the clients, for the users. This is another one, which is RoboCollective AI, one of the most beautiful websites that we have. You can see our products, what we're gonna do, what we have, and also it's done by experts. This is another one, Ifastos, like the first one. And this is FloLabs Innovation, you said before. And this is Travel Planner. It's a website. You can see how we did it. This website show you how you can chat with AI tools to tell you where you can travel, where you can have a plan to travel with your family, whatever you're gonna do. These all are websites done easily with the design team. So how we did it, like we have two examples here. First of all, we use Figma. So this is one of the websites that we are actually actively working on one of them right now, which is Legal Venture Institute. Okay, so our design team start with working on the design. Like we have it in the dark mode, and also we have it in the light mode. We have all the pages here. And this is the result when you look at. We still work on it, but this is like a first prototype, but we didn't finish it yet. But it's gonna come soon. So the last project that we work on, we are contributing with the front-end team to make the FlowBrain website, and that is. They actually did a good job, but we as a UX, UI designers team gonna fix it like from A to Z. So at the end of what I'm sharing you right now, if you are eager to enroll in the UI UX team, Be sure you will not be alone from day one. From day one, you are not alone. You have experts beside you. We have Deksha, we have Joreen, we have Daniela. We have a good team. You're gonna be with a family, not just a stranger man. So this is the place actually if you wanna learn and have experience. Yeah. And we wait for you guys. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Mohammed. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone representing the data team. It looks like well, Sayali and our new colleague has left now. Um, and our influencer team and our marketing team, Sayali, she was going to present. But I guess project management is maybe the last team that we have. Is T still here? And Oliver, maybe you want to just give us a quick overview of kind of what's going on in project management. Is T still with us, or did she leave also?
I think she's there. She just doesn't have the camera. Yeah, so for the project management team, I think we should, let me just pull out Notion because I just wasn't ready for it. Okay. So the project management team essentially is the team that focuses on making the operations more smoothly inside teams and between teams. And if essentially they have a role that's complementary to team leads. If in a team, the team lead is responsible for using the skills of the team members and essentially allocating them to the tasks to essentially bring the projects to fruition. The project manager helps to watch deadlines and coordinates with team leads, with team members, making sure that they not only that they are having a reliable communication, but also that essentially the projects are moving at the expected pace. The overall workflow of project managers is pretty much described in Notion. But project management is not only about the projects. Here at FloLabs is a lot about the people, so a lot about the team members themselves. It really started as something that we want to explore in order to improve the efficiency of essentially how we worked on the projects, because we've always had a few multiple projects going on, but not real project management structure around them. And essentially, since came to the team and Colson came to the team, they have been meeting with all team leads, analyzing each team meeting, taking notes of tasks, essentially like going through the whole workflow of the experience of team lead, taking notes, sending tasks, and planning also the meetings. They have been in touch with team members for some time, essentially to understand what will be the best way to get feedback, the right frequency, and essentially many aspects that cannot be taken care of by everyone, because it's literally an extra role because it takes time and also a lot of thinking. So they are the ones who make sure that, for example, we respect the launch dates for projects, that there are no like stranded tasks in Notion. So team leads do a great job also watching this because, of course, they are responsible for the projects. But project managers also make sure with team leads that yeah, it's a bit hard to explain, but that the tasks are done in time. And essentially, some of the work that Corso and T have done has also been on the structure of the tasks, the structure of the projects, of the sprints, also the agendas for the meetings. And this team has helped to make working in general more efficient and productive. I think all the workflows are explained in Notion. I don't know if I should go in detail into the responsibilities of a project manager, but it's a really important role, and it requires to pay a lot of attention to the time, to the team members, to have a certain level of understanding of the projects. And I think so far, since like we've come a long way, but in the past few discussions we've had about the essentially project management, yeah, a good job has been done, and I really look forward to see what extra improvements we'll be doing in this team.
Okay, Oliver, could you send Michael, he can't find the link to this meeting. Maybe you can send it to him on Discord and he'll talk a little bit about our data science team, because he had dropped off and searching for the link. But if you click on events, it's not there anymore. T, do you have anything
That's
you
why,
want
yeah.
to add? T, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, do you have something you want to add as far as the project management team that you can add to what Oliver said?
I would have just gone over more about like what the weekly workflow guide is, or the SOP, or the dashboard that I made. But I think Ollie covered like the general surface. I don't know if everyone wants to hear more about what all the documents are for, unless they're from the PM. But
Well, I guess the important thing about project management as our model, Venture Studio, where we're going to be launching a number of different startups. Some people say, well, how can you work on so many projects at the same time? And again, our core is the flow brain in our technology, and on the front end of all of these projects are that technology. We're building robots or humanoid, but at the end of the day, how are we going to market our own humanoid? We have robots out there with Robo Collective. We're marketing some of the top robotics companies in the world right now, and we're going to put our AI, our flow brain, onto those robots and go to market. But it's all about, in the age of AI, how do we automate things? Automation is so key for us in being able to accelerate and being able to do a lot of things simultaneously. And project management and Notion and organization is key to being able to work on a lot of different projects simultaneously. They're all connected. If you see, all of these projects are connected, what we're doing. So yeah, so it's really kind of important to understand that, and our growth trajectory has just huge opportunities. And right now, our plan we have close to 50, 60 people, team members right now. And from what Oliver and the recruitment and the tweaks that we've done with rebranding to FloLabs Innovations Group and starting to expand these teams, and we're the plan for the next 12 months is to grow where we have hundreds of people join simultaneously and be able to use that as a launch pad where we're able to have thousands of people join, be part of our experiential learning. So we're really building the infrastructure right now. And as we move forward. But I see Michael joined us again, and data science and data analytics is so important to what we're doing, and again to our growth, because without data, you're like, kind of like which way, and what we've been doing so far is like, okay, well, how do we need to tweak things? And it's just this gut feeling, and you see stuff enough, but certainly we could have done things much quicker if we had a data team. And I'm so excited to have, from my previous companies, I had one company who had almost 100 people, and then my second company, or largest company, Travel Storemaker, grew to 130 employees, and I never had a legal team, and I never had a data team. And so it's really exciting to have a data team right now. And Michael, why don't you if you can talk a little bit about the importance of why we need data and what we're going to do with all this data.
Okay, my name is Michael. Originally from Nigeria, but I'm currently in London. I just graduated from MSc in data science, and September last year, I hold a BSc in mathematics and statistics. So yeah, in terms of data, because this is a company that is not only going to stop in 5 or 3 years time. This is a projection, and in which it is futuristic, as well as being transitioning into the AI world, and also advanced technologies that we are going to have. So I was wondering, because in a company like this, a data scientist will always be there, because we were going to have a lot of data from the mood changing, data from the flow, or from the flow brain, data from the kaipu, which is the main real-time sensor data. And also, since we are going to use wearables as well, so wearable is going to transmit us the real-time data and also the time series data. So this is where we are going to come in to model, to understand the predictions approach, and also to understand what are the patterns that this data, what are the patterns that this sensor have sent to us? Are they aligning with what we have done so far, or do they, is there any variations? So as a data scientist and a data analytics, so we're gonna work hand in hand together to make sure we find a better predictive approach and a better modeling towards this. So I think the last thing that we discussed was I noticed that the company as a whole doesn't have a GitHub account for a data scientist, a data body as well. So I was looking at it right now, where I just commented that I want to open a data GitHub account, so that everyone, all the data team members, can work collaboratively. Because, okay, fine, as I'm going to be in charge of the data team, so if I open a GitHub account and there is a project, okay, there was one project that I think I received a file about LinkedIn data, CSV, yeah, LinkedIn data, for us to find a pattern about the days that had the most views, the most engagement, and all those, to understand which one is better, whether the paid or unpaid ads, or which one makes a lot of sense better than. So now, individually, if we are 5 people working on this data, so individually we can't be working separately, without, there's going to be a conflict between all of us, but all of us are working towards a particular goal. So the aim right now is for me to create a GitHub account where the main branch is going to be protected. I'm going to set in a command and also rules on how to navigate it. So every member of the team has to follow this rule, so that you will also create, there's going to be a main branch, like I said, and also there's going to be a dev and collaborative branch, which everybody will create a sub branch for it. So like assuming now we have a data that, oh, fine, I mean, wearables, we have a data on wearables that we have to model to find a predictive pattern. Maybe we're going to use the machine learning model or a deep learning model, any of the models that we are particularly interested about. So now every team member is going to, okay, I can section it. You work on the EDA, exploratory data analysis. You work on the data pipeline and also preserving the data leakage or thereabout. So segmenting this work, and then everyone is going to create a branch from the main work so that after working diversely, we can also match the work together. Everyone will come together. Okay, if you want to, because GitHub works like you push and then I pull. If you push in your job, whatever you did, I'm going to pull over here. I'm going to have a notification and pull, and then see whatever effect, whatever commit that you've done, whatever changes you've made. And also, we have to talk within the data team that proper commenting of your job is very important in terms of data, in the area of data, because you can't just write a code without giving a proper reason why you're writing this code. There has to be a proper markdown and also explanation on that, so that anyone that reads your code will be able to understand. Though if you're in the area of writing code, you will understand, but we have to make the job to be easier for another person. So yeah, I was working on it before I got a notification, so I had to just pop in so that I can update on that. So I'm working on that already. It's almost done. And then another thing that I was looking after how to get some of the medical data. So because we have to work with the legal team as well, so that we can't just bypass, so that we are not going to be sued in future. So because we are using people's data without proper consent or proper due diligence about it. So in terms of the catapult data, we have to write officially, obtain a proper, like a consent letter from them. Yeah, if, okay, since this company is officially, so we have to make sure that we put it from our official handle, then write a documentation, send it to them, and also ensure we implement appropriate technical and organizational security measures by making sure that we are not bypassing no laws about this. So we can't there. I think there is still open source data set, but we don't need these other datas because it will not give us the proper thing that we are looking for. We actually looking for the real medical data of these people, of these like sports or these players. Those are the ones we need. But before they can release these ones or allow us have access to their API, we have to give them a proper reason and we have to write to them properly. So we can then write this through an email, document it, give them reasons why we are working, why we need this data, because we can't just export the features. The features are there already, but they will mostly hand it over to us if we need it, if they understand that what we need, what we're going to use the data for is for modeling, and then they will also monitor our end product of it, because they might assume that, okay, fine, you present to them your project, what are you going to do with the data? Okay, fine, they will still monitor you in case you have gone beyond what you were looking forward to in their medical data as well, because they are the main owners, which is the main domain of the owners of the data set. They are the main owners. So we have to follow the due process of obtaining these data so that we can finally understand how their system works. Because if we don't understand how our competitor works, we cannot tilt ourselves to the area, oh, these are the gaps that they have left behind. These are the things that they haven't done properly. These are the areas that we have to come in properly to see how far we can take over from their lapses or from the gap that they have left behind. So we have to get the data first, because having the raw data, we cannot simulate the data to or generate a simulated data which is looking like a real data but is still not the real data. We might not have the real prediction. So I think maybe I haven't been in the legal team group, so I should have asked them what steps they have taken so far. But so because athlete performance data are always personal, they are very personal and needs lawful basis for us to be able to process it.
We'll get you in the next legal team meeting, Michael. So that'll be great. Anything you want to finish with? If there's anything else for another minute, and then we'll kind of.
I just wanted to give a debrief that I'm working on creating the GitHub so that everyone will have a proper overview and understanding of, okay, fine, we are starting afresh. In case we have anything right now, this is the instructions I'm going to give. This is where everyone is going to work with. So, and this is how it's going to be. I will have to give a demo and the walkthrough of how we are going to be working together.
Okay, well, we have a GitHub, so we got all of our code on Git. So
okay, if we have a GitHub, a organizational GitHub, then we can create another subgroup for a data. Yes, we can for data team. We can create a subgroup under there for the data team as well, and then make it the main branch. Yes, yeah. If we create that, fine. We can then work together if that one is there available there already.
Yeah,
okay.
Just give me your GitHub user and I'll get you in the organization.
You say I should give you what?
Your GitHub user.
Repo. Okay,
Username.
okay. I'll forward it to you. Yes, so that you can then add me as one of the collab.
Yeah, and I want to just share something. We've kind of wrapped things up here.
Wait, I have the wrap-up presentation. I thought it was going to be the last one.
Well, I want to kind of share
Okay.
some things. I'm trying to find what so yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about one of the other projects that we're working on, which is launching our lab. And fortunately, Indra had to go, but we're launching our lab here in Limnos. And of course, I think a lot of you know the history here that we're going to be adding to Ephistos International, our Center of Excellence, Experiential Learning Center of Excellence. But we are located, let's see here. Okay, my screen isn't working now. So yeah, just we're located here between Turkey and Bulgaria and Greece. And yeah, I just want to kind of share with you guys. Here's Ephesia, where Hephaestus, the god of innovation, lived and created the first robot Talos and the first AI Pandora. And this is actually where our lab is. Let me see here. Yeah, this amazing beach right here. Our lab is right there. And yeah, so I just wanted to kind of share that with y'all. And we're going to be adding cameras, and it's a 2-bedroom, and yeah, and I had something else that I wanted to show you, and Okay, well. Or what did you want to share? And maybe I can come back to, I need to find here which screen I have my stuff on. Do you want to share what you wanted to share, and then I can come back and
Yeah.
close things?
It's going to be the closing. I mean, it was supposed to be the closing presentation. Yeah, let me present here. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I found what I was looking for. So you want me to finish mine and then you can close it?
Finish yours, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, so this is the beach where FloLabs lab is going to be, right back here. And as you can see, it's a beautiful heart-shaped beach. And just to show you a little bit about Limnos and the amazing island where we're located.
Well, I guess lunch breaks must be lit. Must be good, like with this kind of space.
This right here is a view of Mount Athos. And Mount Athos is a third peninsula in Greece. And it's basically it's its own country. It's a monastery. You have to be male to go to Mount Athos. And so from Limnos, we have this amazing view. They say the views here in Limnos are better than Santorini. But yeah, so it's a very spiritual place. I went to Mount Athos and it's pretty amazing, but we can see it from here. Yeah, so hopefully many of you will have the opportunity to come here and join um, and be part of this amazing experience. And I also and I realize that I don't have my the sound on, so I apologize for that. Um, and I just want to talk about kind of show this was the importance of community and what does our salute mean? And for the University of Texas, you're always a Longhorn if you're from Austin. And so I just want to share with you one of my experiences that I had. This was when I had my company Travel Storemaker in Bulgaria, where we had 130 people on the team. And just
Президентът на Съединените щати Джордж Буш не е почитател на хеви метала. По време на церемонията на площад Александър Невски в София, Буш се обърна към тълпата и ги поздрави със знака на металистите, който значи и любов на езика на глухонемите. Какво е показал президента, ще научите от следващия репортаж.
По време на церемонията американският президент забелязал в тълпата американецът Джон Хейзълвуд, който демонстративно си показал фанелката с надпис «Тексас». По-късно, минавайки близо до него, Джордж Буш го поздравил.
Веднага след българския и американския химн, те се качиха на една сцена и точно тогава президентът Буш забеляза моята фланелка с надпис «Тексас» и ме посочи на жена си Лора. След това той започна да обикаля и да се поздравява с различни хора. Изведнъж реши да се върне обратно и да дойде при тълпата от хора, която се беше събрала. Озова се точно пред мен и тогава ме поздрави с поздрава на футболния отбор на Техаския университет, Техаските дълги рога. В едната си ръка държах камера, а с другата и аз му върнах поздрава. Той живее в Остин, а там всички са фенове на дългите рога.
Тъй като този поздрав е по-популярен в Америка и най-вече в Тексас, у нас останаха с впечатление, че президента Буш прави поздрава на металистите. Разликата в двата поздрава е, че при този на футболния отбор средните пръсти не са толкова свити. Знака на тексаските дълги рога идва от това, че в този район на Америка биковете са с нехарактерно дълги рога. За BTV новините, Богомил Грозев.
Yeah, so what does a sign mean? And what the hook 'em horn sign, right? So kind of we have our own sign. And our sign means
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, America's most watched newscast, now streaming same day with all the breaking news of the day on Disney Plus. Most watched, most trusted. Now on Disney Plus every night.
Sorry, let me, one last clip here that we've got.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. This is live.
This is a city, it's actually legally a city, that thanks to the hard work of the SpaceX team, we built out of nothing, and is now a gigantic rocket manufacturing system. So, and for people out there who are curious to see it, we're actually on a public highway, so you can come and visit and drive down the road and see the epic hardware. So, I think this is the first time that a rocket development program has actually been on a public highway. So you can come and see the epic stuff. We're honored today to have the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and much of the senior leadership of the Pentagon here. It's an honor to have them visit. We just did a tour of the factory, and I think it really helps illustrate how manufacturing and manufacturing at scale is critical to the strength of America. So, and I'll tell you a little bit just about the purpose of SpaceX. It's like we want to make Star Trek real. Okay? We want to make Starfleet Academy real. So that it's not always science fiction, but one day the science fiction turns to science fact. And we have spaceships going through space, big spaceships, with people going to other planets, going to the moon, and ultimately going beyond our star system to other star systems where we may meet aliens or discover long-dead alien civilizations. I don't know, but we want to go and we want to see what's happening, and we want to have epic, futuristic spaceships with lots of people in them, traveling to places we've never been to before. Yeah, that's that's the goal. And that's what I think the public thinks of when they think of Space Force. So, on that note, I'd like to introduce the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
Make your move with Hostinger's sale. For just $2.99 a month, get managed hosting for WordPress and run it with the world's first AI.
Thank you. Elon, appreciate it. Thank you very much. How about this? Star Trek Real. Star Trek Real. Yes. Appreciate it.
So a lot of parallels with what we're doing and our ambitions, and certainly our live long and prosper. So with that, Oliver, you can close
Yes.
things now.
Okay, finally. Let me just show this. This is a really short presentation and story about how it started. I tried to get some archive images of before I joined, because I joined in early 2025, and most of the projects, if not every one of them, had already started almost 1 year before I joined. So I'm just gonna talk about the evolution of where we are today, where we come from, and what we can see on the horizon already, and what the future might be preparing us. So, as you know, the development timeline of products is concept testing, prototyping, and I mean concept design, prototyping, testing, and development. A quick timeline here. I'm using Kaipo as an example, mostly for this. Is June 2024. The idea from John, basically spreading it across all teams to work on Flamme Travel, Kaipo, and I think that was the center of most of what we were doing, besides like FloLabs as a company itself. Then the design of most products, so August 2024. A quick side note, on July 2024 is where the design of the actual backend of Flamme Travel is started. So basically, the design of everything we're doing today started in 2024 in August. Then in October 2025, so 1 year later, we started the prototypes we have today. I'm going to explain why I choose this huge gap here, and the rethinking of the backend for Kaipo, and technically also of Flamme Travel. Then in November 2025, we started testing the new hardware that we choose for Kaipo and validating the new backend architecture. And in December 2025, we started deployment and some assemblies for Kaipo. So you might be wondering why there's a huge gap of 1 year between the design, and the prototyping. Well, we spent basically 1 year designing and almost prototyping. The development cycle is supposed to be plan, phase, build, testing, and improvement. We basically did this wheel without the testing phase on actual users. So it has been a continuous loop on the design, basically. Design, testing on simulation environment, and rethinking and redesigning. So it has been technically an improvement loop, but we've been on that loop for a long time. And what did we do in that time? We basically built Kaipo. As Aditya mentioned when he was here, Kaipo started as a box, like that you wouldn't even think that that's supposed to fit in your pockets. Then through a lot of optimization, I'm skipping many iterations here. He ended up with this new design that we have today. It also started with an ESP32, so this board that you see at the top right corner, and the new hardware, because this wasn't going to be powerful enough for what we are aiming to do today, also has this new camera and this new Raspberry Pi board that we have at the bottom. We also rethought multiple times about our humanoid. In the past, we were thinking about building our robotic arm ourselves. If you see the model of the Arctos arm that they have right now, you will probably recognize those models right here because it's technically the same. It's basically industrial step motors. We also had some ideas for the robotic hand. And during 2025, Samudra thought about the mechanic. I mean, I think it's the schematics of the. I forgot the name of this schematic right now. But the cinematic schematic, I think, is a name for the connection between the torso and the actual hand. And we also had a meeting with Orexing and Riomen to choose a chassis, and we come with some decisions after those meetings and some internal meetings to choose, for example, the Riomen chassis. After a lot of research, with an insane amount of research during summer 2025, we choose the Ruka hand, which is the one that you see at the bottom. We were also thinking about having a glove to map the movement of a hand, especially to use on training for the robots, and maybe also on some applications for Kaipo. So those were our considerations for 2025. And instead of imagining and rebuilding the wheel from scratch, by the end of 2025, we decided to go with the Actors arm, which is completely 3D printed, which was one criteria that we needed for the humanoid in order to make it easy to manufacture and easy also to repair on an education environment and even in a commercial environment. We also had automation throughout that year, and I have to point that out because there were many trials to automate things before. I cannot deny that when I started looking for any tools for automation, I found many scripts, many workflows that were built by team members before I arrived, like Liz, even Koku, that you know from the dev team. Many things were done before. None of them were apparently sustainable, and I can understand by looking at the workflows. And this past essentially summer 2025 was also dedicated to reduce the manual work as much as possible. We completely rethought Notion to avoid having stranded ideas, a lot of manual work. It limited our growth because we couldn't essentially work efficiently. I mean, I remember I couldn't find my own tasks in Notion. I was assigned tasks and I didn't even know where to go look for them. So there were no structure. After some automation, linking these three main tools, which are the core of what we do, we now have classification by types. Things are easier to find. We can now manage even resources from Notion since we can link things efficiently. And we even have planning tools I mean, we are supposed to also have planning tools for meetings in Notion, but we have planning tools that are decent, that don't really sync in terms of calendars with Notion and other tools. But for example, we have meeting agendas. We can build roadmaps and other things, and they are now easier to find. So the takeaway here is that when you look for information now in Notion, you can find it and you know where to find it. And that leads us to think, where are we going now? We planted some seeds last year in the same way that some seeds were planted at the beginning. And we are getting better at experimenting, at building. I can name Kaipo, the humanoid, all the front end that we're doing that is really insane. I like really, you probably don't realize this, but 4 months ago, we had only the websites of the products, almost. Today, we have a really amazing design team, an UA and UX design team, that have really moved forward all the projects that were only dreams until a few weeks. So really, thumbs up for that. Essentially the Muchanger team pretty much was almost made in the late 2025, and you can see the growth reflect on the task in Notion. If you go look for historical tasks, you will really see the difference. So if one day you have time, take do the exercise of go look for the historical task in Notion, and that will tell you a lot about the evolution of teams. The teams have been growing by 2% each month. I'll let you verify that fact, but I can tell you it's been the case. New projects are being born. Not maybe new ventures, which is going to be the goal in the future once the current ventures get to a more mature state. I mean by that, when we have launched, for example, Kaipo as a product, and it will be selling, and it will be iterating the next version of Kaipo once it starts to get revenue and communication and PR and all of that. Same for from the travel. Same for other products that we're planning to launch. The wearables are not mentioned here, but are an example of new projects that we have in mind now, and that we were not really considering before because, again, limited team members, limited resources. Now we are daring to look at the horizon with brighter eyes, and I think that tells a lot about our hope for the future. On marketing automation and DevOps, you can see that we're doing new things now. We're taking more care about, we're caring more about the data. We are automating more to do less manual work and be able to scale. And we are also caring about the quality of the products by reducing the delays and other essentially aspects that make the experience of using them worse. So that's really a sign of progress. And it's new things that we weren't doing before. Something you can also notice now, and you should also leverage later in life. And I do recommend that you take the time to socialize with all your team members, all the people who had a great experience in the internship, because that's how you build connections. But you need to take the time to listen to your team members and get to know them, because the more you know a person, the better you work with them. And here we are developing a network of highly skilled individuals. I think I cannot name a single person on the teams that is not skilled in something that I'm not. And I know that sounds silly and obvious, but that's how you learn new things that are complementary to what you know. For example, I learned a lot about cloud architecture by just like seeing and working with Warda and Ziri. I didn't spend hours with them, but they just by working close to them, their knowledge rubbed into me, and it can be the same for you on other areas that you may want to learn. So really take the opportunity to explore other teams, explore other projects, and we have also been getting better at making replicable work. So we have now more solid workflows that are reaching the stage of standard operating procedures, which means that they will be soon be automated, which means that we need more automation basically, and that we are scaling. Because once you have repeatable workflows, it means that something is happening more often than before, and you are needing now to automate it in order to do more of what works. So thanks. Thanks to everyone for staying for so long in this presentation of all the teams. Thank you for listening to the presentation. Thanks also for putting up with all my memes. I know I know it's some of you, but thank you all for all the work that you're doing. And something I really wanted to do at the end of this meeting was to accomplish my dream of
No. You got recalled.
Okay, you have been recalled. That's all my presentation. I had to do it. I had to do it.
I think this
Someone
is
had to
the
do it.
least
I'm sorry.
expected thing that
I
this
know.
meeting
I
just
know.
saw.
That's why it worked. Do you want the sound, or are you okay like that?
We
Or
need
you
the
It's
prefer-
okay.
sound.
Okay,
It's
wait.
okay.
Wait. You have the sound. Okay, we can go on.
Well, and all right, thank you, Oliver. And just to kind of finish things off here, yeah,
Yeah. Sorry.
thank you, Oliver. And I just want to, the 2% growth month over month is not correct. So that's, and if you look at kind of the last 30 days, and where we're at right now, and the people at the orientation meeting and the increase in conversion that we're having, we should have in the next 60 days over 100 people in the team. And really what we want to do is build this foundation. If you look at our history, there was a lot of reasons why we've grown really slow. And most of it's been experiential learning. Early on, we didn't have, say, the talented people that compared to what we have now. And myself, I didn't have any experience in hardware, artificial intelligence, and I went through a learning curve myself. So, so I think all of where we're at right now, we need to keep building momentum and launching product and starting to generate revenue. That's the most, important thing that's really going to propel us. So, yeah, and I think Oliver, you had seen that Diary of a CEO that you had talked about. What was? Can you talk a little bit about what they were mentioning?
Yeah. I can try to find the exact podcast later. But basically, they were talking about like the best way to get experience and be prepared in life to essentially be what was the term? Essentially gain experience and be ready to take on challenges in your professional life. And what they were saying is that there is no better way of gaining experience on any domain that you want to improve on any career other than joining a startup. Just because you have to do so many things that are essentially adjacent to your role that you end up being extremely resourceful and gaining a lot of agency. And even like, because in any case, if the startup succeeds, then you not only get experience, you also get probably also a nice compensation and a nice amount of assets. If it doesn't, you also get to learn what not to do next. And if one day you open your own startup or join another startup, then you also know how to advise or what to avoid. And basically, it's a really golden opportunity because most startups won't even dare to get interns just because they need to focus on what works for them. They are trying to survive. And unless you offer them to work explicitly for free, and even in that case, some of them won't accept because they have to protect their activity. So if you have the opportunity, and we have it here, embrace it. Try to learn as much as you can on many fields, on any adjacent field that's adjacent to yours. It doesn't have to be adjacent. If you have any sort of interest to something that's very complex, but you wish to learn, then simply become a buddy of someone on the legal team, for example, and learn from them how it works. You can learn from people from the design team, because just by knowing how do you need to think and what are the things to take into account, then it won't turn you into an expert, but it will direct you in the right direction to learn that new thing you're trying to learn. At least it was for me on automation. It was the same case, the same thing for front end, for design, for marketing. I learned a lot from Sayali too. I learned a lot from Theodora and Angel. I learned a lot from Koku, a lot, and even from Philip.
I think the difference here is, our startups are going to be learner-led startups. And I think what we're building is a community of people that are lifelong learners and passionate about innovation. I think that's one of the things that we all have in common, and that's why we're here compared to, a lot of the people that aren't in, for various reasons, decided not to join us, but and that's really, we want to kind of build that community and maybe, and I think it's not just a startup, but the opportunity to be part of a scaling startup. We have the opportunity to grow significantly, and there's a Capella University. Liz goes to Capella University, 4-year university. She's getting her degree in computer science. It's all online. They've got 50,000 students, and it's a 4-year university. What we're offering is much more helpful for learners than going to university. Just from the learning standpoint, because you're learning by doing, but also from what you're getting as far as like the badge on your resume and the opportunities it will provide. But 99.999% of people that are focused on getting into startups will never be in a scaling startup. And I think that's the opportunity we have. We have the opportunity in the next 12 months to have hundreds of people that are, part of our FloLabs, and then where we grow from there to thousands. And that's the vision, and that's our plans for the future. And it's great to have everybody, and I'm honored to have so many people, talented people on the team from so many different parts of the world. And it's the most amazing startup that I've been involved in, and I'm looking forward to the future with everybody. So thank you all very much for joining. We've gone way past the time that we planned on, and we even have some of the team leads that aren't even here to present their team. So we'll hopefully have another one of these fairly soon. So thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of the weekend, and see you soon.
See you
Oh my
soon.
God.
Bye.
This whole
Thank
presentation
you.
lasted as much as one night of sleep for me. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. See you everyone. Bye bye.